Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Israel targets Hamas leaders in Qatar after the group takes responsibility for the Jerusalem shooting. The White House denies links to the Jeffrey Epstein drawing as the sex trafficker's birthday book files are made public. And Nepal's Prime Minister resigns as deadly protests and unrest grip the capital. Now, Israel has carried out a targeted attack on senior members of Hamas in Doha during ceasefire negotiations. Israeli media say collective heads Khalil al-Hayya and Zahir Jabrian are among those hit. Earlier today, Hamas took responsibility for Monday's shooting of 6 people in Jerusalem. Israeli officials told local media the US were informed of the strike. Now, in a statement, Israel said, for years, these members of the Hamas leadership have led the terrorist organization's operations, are directly responsible for the brutal October the 7th massacre and have been orchestrating and managing the war against the State of Israel. Prior to the strike, measures were taken in order to mitigate harm to civilians, including the use of precise munitions and additional intelligence. The IDF and the ISA will continue to operate with determination in order to defeat the Hamas terrorist organization responsible for the October the 7th massacre. We can now go live to Herzliya to speak to Middle East correspondent and author Yotam Confino. Yotam, just before we start our conversation, I do want to bring some breaking news. A Hamas official has told Al Jazeera TV that the group leadership survived Israel's attack on Doha. So we are hearing from Hamas that the group leadership have survived that attack on Doha. But last week, Yotam, you predicted Israel would target senior Hamas members in Qatar and also in Turkey. So what's your reaction to today's blast, and who do we believe has actually been killed? As we know, the statement is saying no one at the moment.
Look, it's interesting that Hamas is already saying that the leadership survived. I would say that we should caution that statement just a little bit, because Hamas often waits a long time with actually confirming whenever their leaders are killed. One example is Mohammed Sinwar, who was killed in Gaza, the leader of Hamas, and it took a long time for Hamas to even acknowledge that he was killed. So I would say we should probably be a little bit cautious, even though Hamas is obviously quick to basically humiliate Israel, because if indeed they have survived, that's really bad news for Israel. But as for who they were targeting, we know that they were trying to go after Khalil al-Hayya, who's Hamas's top man, the top negotiator abroad in Qatar. He's closely aligned with Iran also, ideologically at least. They also tried to target Zahir Jabrian, who is Hamas's financial brain, so to say. He oversees their financial network. He's also overseeing actions in the West Bank. They apparently also targeted Mohammed Darwish, who heads the Shura Council, which elects Hamas leadership. So some of the top figures, and by the way, also Khaled Mashal, who is a longtime leader of Hamas, also residing in Qatar. But if it turns out that Israel did not kill any of those, that, I would say, is a huge failure, because they took a risk by attacking Qatar, an ally of the United States, and a crucial negotiator in the ceasefire negotiation between Israel and Hamas.
Yes, indeed, Yotam. And I think that question is going to be asked now, if what Hamas are saying to Al Jazeera TV is correct, that all of the group leadership did survive. But let's talk a little bit more about Hamas itself. What does it mean for Hamas as an organization now following this attack? How weakened have they become?
They've become very weak because Israel changed the rules of the game. They do no longer allow Qatar to give immunity to Hamas leadership. So even if they didn't kill them this time around, they will probably try again. And if Israel eventually ends up killing all of Hamas's leaders in Qatar, that is a huge blow to the organization. The leadership generally has suffered immense blows. Ismail Haniyeh, the political leader, has been killed. The actual big leader of Hamas in Gaza, Yahya Sinwar, was killed, his brother. The list is very, very long. And when you keep attacking and eliminating the leadership, that affects what's happening on the ground. But up until now, it hasn't really forced or strong-armed Hamas into making huge concessions. And that is what Israel is hoping by attacking the leadership. They hope that after having, hopefully for them, killed the leadership, Hamas will shake in, it will shake their ground, and that they will surrender and they will take the deal that's on the table by the United States. So this is Israel's strategy. In terms of what's happening on the ground, Hamas is preparing for a full-on invasion by the Israeli army in Gaza City. So they're dealing with something completely different, while the leadership abroad is dealing with the ceasefire negotiations.
But it is interesting when I hear you speak, because Hamas did say that it was going to agree to a ceasefire plan in place. And Yotam, over the weekend, even on Sunday, it appeared to me and many people watching the news and following the story closely that actually a ceasefire was really, really close. So Qatar and a lot of other analysts are saying right now that these negotiations were happening, they were close to brokering a ceasefire, and this is why Israel also struck the building in Doha, because they don't want peace. Israel wants war. They want this to continue. Benjamin Netanyahu wants to stay in power.
There is definitely a point to be made that the Israeli government is looking to continue the war because Netanyahu wants to stay in power, and he's got certain ministers in his cabinet who are very militant and who don't want to deal. That's definitely true. But there's also a second truth to this, because Netanyahu likes to play on many different horses. And the understanding among many analysts in Israel is that he actually would like for there to be a comprehensive deal to get all of the hostages out, because occupying Gaza is a massive burden on Israel financially, on the military, and he's not interested in becoming the de facto ruler of more than 2 million people in Gaza. And in terms of what Hamas has said to this Trump ceasefire proposal, I've also heard conflicting reports. I did hear that Hamas half agreed to it. They said, well, we're open to it, but we don't want to release all of the 48 hostages on day one, which was one of the main points by Donald Trump. So I think it's very hard to really, really know what's going on behind closed doors. All I can say is that Israel, by going after Hamas's leadership, is trying to strong-arming them into more concessions and to agree to the deal that Israel wants.
And Yotam, Israel has attacked Yemen and Iran. We can't forget that. However, Qatar appears to be a different kettle of fish. It's where negotiations were taking place. What does this mean for ceasefire talks? And what message does this actually send that Israel has attacked a sovereign country?
Look, for Israel, Qatar is a sovereign country, obviously, and it's one of the countries that they've been dealing with the most since October the 7th. But Israel has a very, very difficult relationship with Qatar because Qatar is housing Hamas leadership and financing the very organization that committed the atrocities of October the 7th, while they're trying to play neutral negotiator here. So Israel doesn't see this in terms of international law. They see Qatar as having broken so many rules in the game that the gloves are off now. But you're right, it is a different kind of country because it's a close ally of the United States. And currently, as far as I'm concerned, they've pulled from the ceasefire negotiations, which is also, one of their ways of showing that they're not happy with this and they're trying to punish Israel. So this could all derail completely and escalate diplomatically, leaving Israel without a crucial negotiator that can leverage Hamas. But it is a different country in terms of military might. When Israel attacked Iran, they knew that there were going to be ballistic missiles fired at Israel. In terms of Qatar, I don't think we should expect Qatar to start firing missiles at Israel. I could be wrong, but I don't think that that's going to happen.
Yotam Confino, thank you so much for your analysis and for speaking to us. Always a pleasure to have your thoughts. Now, let's continue this conversation with former Israeli MP and policy analyst, Dr. Einat Wolf. Dr. Wolf, what a pleasure to have you on the show. I was just speaking to our correspondent a little bit earlier, Yotam Confino, but why has Israel chosen to do this now, at this point, where the ceasefire appeared to be really very close? I did ask Yotam the same question, but does Israel just not want peace? Do they just want war? Is this what Benjamin Netanyahu is looking for?
Quite the contrary. Let's start with, personally, I think it's something that Israel should have done on October 7th or 8th. The immunity that Israel granted to the leaders of Hamas in Qatar, the fact that Israel legitimized Qatar as some kind of mediator and broker, even though Qatar was busy 24/7, clearly supporting the planning of the massacre. But since the massacre of October 7th, Qatar has been busy 24/7 in ensuring that Hamas can use the hostages in order to secure its position and ensure that despite having committed the massacre and the invasion, it will pay no enduring price, that it will be able to end this process by continuing to rule Gaza, either directly or through some fake technocratic government that it will control behind the scenes, and that the billions will continue to flow in, again, under the title of reconstruction, but in order to basically prepare the next massacre. Now, we reached essentially the end point where both Israel and Hamas were kind of buying time. Hamas and Qatar were using the hostages to essentially stay in power. Israel just wanted our people back. But now we got to the point that there's no more time buying. Hamas made it clear that it hasn't budged an inch in its response to President Trump. It said that basically the last hostage will be released when basically Israel is completely out of Gaza without even any kind of defense perimeter.
Sorry, I just want to make a point, because you seem to be linking Hamas and Qatar together directly. But I would like to say that Qatar have actually been mediators. They've tried to broker a ceasefire deal. They have held talks, and Qatar would disagree strongly with the rhetoric that they were directly involved in the October the 7th attacks. And I also just want to bring some other news to you. Hamas officials have told Al Jazeera TV that the group leadership survived Israel's attack on Doha. This is a massive failure for Israel, if this is correct, because Israel have failed in the operation that they tried to carry out today. That's not a good look on the international stage.
So first, to your first comment, yes, Qatar has been very good at pretending to be a mediator, but all they've been doing 24/7 since the day of the massacre is very busy ensuring that Hamas survives the massacre, controlling Gaza and getting the billions, and pay no enduring price. Because the proper response to what Hamas did on October 7th should have been complete surrender. And when you speak of a ceasefire, that is, this is really unacceptable. And the fact that Qatar has been busy ensuring that Hamas does not pay an enduring price for invading Israel and massacring Israelis is precisely the nefarious role that it has played since October 7th. And personally, I think Israel should have done this attack on October 8th at most. If it has failed, I agree with you. This is really bad. But I only hope that this means that the notion of Hamas immunity in Qatar is gone. And if we fail this time, we should definitely try again, because the message should be very clear. Neither Qatar nor Hamas can emerge after what they did on October 7th as legitimate players. Hamas absolutely has to surrender, accept defeat, and only then something positive can be built.
Okay, so let's talk about what happens next now. So we know Israel have struck Doha. Does Israel risk repercussions now after taking such measures against Hamas today and bombing Qatar, which is a sovereign country. It seems like Israel's had a really big step change now, and they almost just pushed the button and they said, right, we're going full force here. But do you think Israel itself and the people of Israel are now safe?
Oh, we've been under attack for decades. Apropos sovereignty, I'm sure you'll be semi-amused to know that when Israel essentially extracted Eichmann, one of the top Nazis from Argentina, Argentina protested that its sovereignty was actually kind of violated. The fact that Qatar gave immunity to the planners, the perpetrators, the leaders of the invasion and massacre of October 7th is something that could not stand. Also, in terms of attacks, Qatar has been waging the propaganda war, which I argue is even more important than the actual physical war, essentially creating a propaganda arm that is not really a news organization, Al Jazeera, that inserts anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism into the bloodstream of the West. Also using Al Jazeera as part of the way it wages war against Israel, in many ways limiting Israel's ability to win this war. This is what Qatar has been busy doing through propaganda, through the strategic use and the nefarious use of the hostages to ensure that basically Hamas doesn't have to surrender and that Israel cannot defeat Hamas. So as far as I'm concerned, Qatar is a warring party, not some lovely negotiator, and this attack has been way overdue.
But just before I let you go, sorry, we are slightly running out of time, but Qatar and the US actually have close relations. We know that there's a big military base in Qatar, an American one. I mean, does what Israel's done risk the destabilizing of relations between America and Qatar?
Oh, I sincerely hope so. I think it's the U.S. should have announced a long time ago, when it became clear the role that Qatar was playing, that it will move the base to the UAE. And thereby actually put a base in a country that is really allied with America and not Qatar, which plays host to some of the most terrible actors in the region, is busy buying right and left every university, every think tank, inserting the worst ideas into the America's most hallowed institutions, from the UN to its universities. So yes, if this helps destabilize relations between between the US and Qatar, that would be wonderful.
Dr. Einat Wolf, former Israeli MP and policy analyst, thank you for speaking to us. I'm now joined by Errol Moorcoach, a spokesman for Republicans overseas and defence intelligence expert. Errol, it's a pleasure to have you on. So I don't know if you just heard my guest ahead of you, and I asked her what this strike by Israel means for relations between the US and Qatar. Is that a major concern now after this escalation?
I would say that it's not even a concern. It's actually quite to the contrary of what the prior guest expressed. And while I understand her sentiments or personal wishes, in this situation, we're seeing it unfold on the television screens. This was something that was well arranged with Qatar. This was something that was well arranged beforehand with Israel and with the United States. Now, these are countries that all have a shared goal. And Hamas was something that the United States had placed in Qatar with the permission, of course, of the Qataris, because we needed a place to keep what was going to be sort of the cornerstone of how our foreign policy with Gaza and Israel was going forward. But as Hamas overplayed their hand on October 7th, and as Israel's reaction escalated to the point where Iran's nuclear facilities and other things were targeted, a lot of things were done to make it that this cohort in Qatar was no longer strategically relevant as an intelligent asset for the United States. for Qatar or for Israel or for anybody. And now they were slated to be eliminated. So these people had almost built themselves their own gilded cage, thinking they were protected. But every single one of those people who danced and celebrated the destruction on that sort of famous video was killed today. And they were killed today by the consortium of Israel, Qatar, and the United States.
Errol, I just want to say, actually, we did get some news through across the news wires, and we are hearing that the Hamas leadership did survive the latest Israeli strikes on Doha. Sky News is reporting that they understand this, as well as Al Jazeera TV. So we are getting reports that the Hamas leadership did survive. Is this an epic fail for Israel?
If Hamas's leadership has indeed survived, absolutely, because then they've completely overextended themselves. Qatar has been more of a gracious host than anybody realizes. I mean, keep in mind, this is the only country to be bombed by Iran and Israel in the same year, it seems like. So that on one hand has been a strategic failure, if this news is correct. If they have failed to hit their target, and if they have strategically not lived up to the very high expectations they have, now they've damaged these relations, and they've kind of proven the disingenuous nature of this Hamas contingent that was really an intelligent asset that was set up there. So if they've survived this attack, then this is a catastrophic failure for, at least the implied lethality of the Israeli special forces, as well as the fact that we weren't able to apparently kill them in their own place while we have control of the skies and the local government. That would be an incredible failure if that is indeed true to come out.
And has this in any way inconvenienced President Trump's attempts to broker a ceasefire deal between Hamas and Israel? Because, Errol, in the recent days, it appeared a ceasefire deal was actually pretty close.
I think that it comes down to President Trump's words that he gave us, which was about 24 hours ago or a little bit more, if I'm not mistaken. He said, these hostages need to be freed. You have one day, and if you do not do that, the next step will be coming, and basically you will not like that step. This was the next step. So in the end, when you're holding people hostages and trying to sort of dog walk them to peace deals, it's not going to work out when Donald Trump is on the other side of that. He's a hardball negotiator, and I think once they weren't willing to ameliorate any of his concerns, he was willing to, go all in. However, if they have failed at this, and now they don't have, because think about it, what you're going to do is you're going to knock out the entire leadership and then replace that leadership. Hamas is a fractured organization that's controlled by a lot of other proxies. So the idea that you could reform a Hamas and then make a deal with them is probably a much better deal than working with these existing people. If you failed to kill them and you didn't do that, now it's really not going to be a very good chance for peace whatsoever. And those hostages' lives that are in Gaza are in much better or much worse danger today than they would have been otherwise, if this indeed did go poorly, as you have informed me.
Yes, indeed, Errol, and I think that's the concern for many people, the lives that are being lost. We've heard from the hostage families today, and there is serious concern, the repercussions for those loved ones that are being held in Gaza. But another question is, does this dilute Trump's influence over Netanyahu, or is Donald Trump's voice the only one that can change Netanyahu's mind now on a full occupation inside Gaza City, to bring an end to this war, to come to the table and have a ceasefire?
I think you're absolutely correct in saying that Donald Trump is the only person left who can talk to Bibi Netanyahu. He's the only person who understands perhaps how to deal with somebody like him, and as well, he's the only person who's willing to use the power of the U.S. purse strings and the power of the office in a way that has opposed him before. And while everybody sometimes thinks that Donald Trump is playing to Netanyahu's fiddle, very much Bibi Netanyahu aligns his interests with the general U.S. strategic alliance, and then very conveniently is included in that situation. So going forward, I think the only person who can stop this catastrophe from getting worse is Donald Trump. He's the only person who has that humanitarian spirit inside of him there. I don't think anybody else in the region is committed to lives and just in the concept of lives. Obviously, Bibi Netanyahu has his own goals and own tangible goals that aren't aligning, I don't think, with the U.S. strategic interest. And as much as Israel is an independent country, they are in many ways a vassal state of the U.S. hegemonic empire. Without the U.S. Navy, there is no Israel. In 6 months, the country functionally would not be there. It cannot defend itself without the United States, which gives the United States a tremendous amount of leverage in these negotiations.
Errol Malcoach, a spokesman for Republicans overseas. Brilliant to have you on the show and your analysis and insights. Thank you. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. More than 20 civilians have died in a Russian airstrike on a village in Donetsk region, with another 21 injured. The attack has hit the village of Yarova as people waited for pensions. President Zelensky has called on Kyiv's allies to ramp up pressure on Moscow. Thailand's Supreme Court has ruled the former Prime Minister Thaksin Shinawatra must serve a year in jail, calling his hospital stay after a corruption conviction unlawful. The 76-year-old spent hours in a cell before claiming heart issues and being moved to a luxury hospital ward. The decision marks another major setback for Thailand's most powerful political dynasty. Norway's Labour Party is celebrating another win as Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Store secures a second term against a surging populist right candidate. Voter turnout hit its highest in years, but Labour is now facing a slim majority and will need to bring smaller centre-left parties on board. The result also marks significant gains for a Progress Party, which doubled its seats in Parliament. Police in New Zealand have released the first images of campsites where fugitive father Tom Phillips lived with his 3 children since 2021. 2 of the children were found at one of the sites after Phillips was killed in a shootout with police. Authorities say the kids are safe, but it will take time for them to recover from the ordeal. And a British endurance swimmer has just completed a 4-month swim around Iceland, battling freezing seas, pounding waves, and even losing parts of his tongue to salt water. Ross Edgley powered through 36 kilometres a day to finish the epic journey. Known as the British Thor, he got a nod of approval from Thor himself, actor Chris Hemsworth. Files from a Jeffrey Epstein birthday book have been released, showing a number of tributes to the late sex trafficker. The documents include a hand-drawn picture of a woman's body signed Donald. Addressing the image on X, the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt said President Trump did not draw this picture, nor did he sign it. Let's go live to Washington now to speak to our correspondent there, Sarah Firth. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us. OK, so lawmakers have just released the so-called birthday book compiled for Jeffrey Epstein back in 2003. Gosh, 238 pages. It includes messages from politicians, celebrities, and even alleged notes from 2 US presidents. What exactly do these documents reveal, and why now are they emerging?
Yes, Leigh Ann, this huge cache of documents that have been released. Now, this was after the Republican-led House Oversight Committee subpoenaed to have them released. And amongst those documents, you've got this letter allegedly written by President Trump. Now, for those who haven't seen it yet, committee Democrats have posted this online, and it shows lines of text that mimic a conversation allegedly between President Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. In one part, it says, "We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that?" And the end of the note, it says, "A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." And those lines of text outlined by a sort of crude drawing of a woman's body. At the bottom, you have a typed signature, Donald J. Trump, and underneath that, what appears to be Donald signed in thick marker pen. Now, this is part of a 50th birthday book that was compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell. It includes hundreds of messages from very well-known individuals. Some of them, Leigh Ann, the White House this morning flatly denying that President Trump wrote this letter, signed this letter. The president himself coming out today and calling this a dead issue, but it has reignited speculation about who Jeffrey Epstein knew and what the nature of those relationships were.
Yeah, indeed, Sarah. And as you said, the White House, you know, they are denying it. But there's no denying that these Epstein files and the possible Epstein list is what people want to be released. And this is something the Republicans said they were going to do. They haven't done, and it keeps on coming up and up again, the longer and longer it's delayed. But what has the political fallout over this actually been? And how damaging could this be for Donald Trump? It's sort of like a leaking tap that hasn't really stopped.
That's a great way to describe it. And you've really seen the pressure mounting on the president. Leigh Ann, this morning on Capitol Hill, you've had lawmakers, congressmen, people being asked about this letter repeatedly. You've got the Republicans sort of trying to dodge the issue, pointing to the White House's denial, the president himself coming out and calling it a dead issue. But this isn't an issue that is going away. We've seen the White House and the president from the beginning of the revelations of the existence of this letter. That was back in July. The Wall Street Journal published information that this letter existed. From the get-go, the denials could not have been more categorical from the White House. They've said that it's not true. The president himself has come out in the past and said it's fake. I don't draw pictures of women. But, Leigh Ann, very interestingly, you've got this push by the committee to release not just what's come from Epstein's estate in this latest round of documents, but for the entire FBI investigation into Epstein, for all those files to be released. Now, the calls for that vote, they are just two votes away, two people away from getting that to become a reality. They need to either see two Republicans potentially join on board. There's already 4 Republicans that have broken with the White House that have agreed to push for this vote. So either 2 more Republicans join them, or, Leigh Ann, at the end of this month, there's going to be some special elections which will likely see some more Democrats elected that will give those extra votes. So it's looking more and more likely that there is going to be that vote calling for the release of all the files. So this is not a situation that is going away, despite those categorical denials from the White House. President Trump himself, of course, once the publication about the existence of that letter came out, he has filed a defamation lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal and its owner, Rupert Murdoch, for some $10 billion. So his denials are categorical. Today, though, Leigh Ann, there are some Democrats coming out and saying, look, it is clearly his signature. We've got the letter now. We've seen the letter. And very likely further down the line now, we're going to see this push for a further vote for all of the FBI investigation files into Epstein.
And Sarah, just quickly, Lord Mandelson's letter calling Epstein his best pal is also attracting so much attention. How is this actually playing out on both sides of the Atlantic?
Yes, Leigh Ann, this has always been a scandal that has been transatlantic. You've had numerous figures that have been named. Mandelson has come out in the past and said that he deeply regrets having ever met Epstein. But the revelations of his note in that birthday book compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell, hugely embarrassing. He calls Epstein sharp-witted. He describes how he was parachuted into his life. The words are warm and glowing.
Sarah,
it is a massive embarrassment.
Sarah, I'm so sorry. We appear to have lost the connection to Sarah Firth there, who is in Washington for us. Sarah, I'm just wondering if you could hear me?
I can hear you.
I do apologise. I do think we're having some trouble on the line, Sarah, so we'll leave it there. But thank you so much for bringing us the latest on that Epstein birthday book that was released. I do appreciate it. Sarah Firth in Washington for us. Thank you. Now, Nepal's Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli has stepped down amid massive street protests in the country's capital. The former leader says he hopes his resignation will help resolve the unrest. Yesterday, security forces fired at demonstrators killing at least 19, while Kathmandu International Airport is now closed due to the violence. Patrick Falk reports.
In Nepal's capital of Kathmandu, the unrest continued, with protesters setting tyres alight to block traffic. Anger against the government showed no signs of abating following deadly clashes with police the day before. Demonstrators marched, chanting slogans in defiance of a curfew imposed on several districts. Once again, clashes erupted with the police, with people hurling stones at them. They responded by firing tear gas. Still, the protesters refused to back off. Once this government resigns, this man says, today's movement will gradually come to an end. Under increasing pressure, that's precisely what happened. With the situation spiralling, KP Sharma Oli stepped down, saying he did so to bring an end to the crisis. He took over as Nepal's leader in July last year, his fourth time in office, with the backing of the Nepali Congress Party. The protests were triggered by a social media ban imposed last week. It followed a campaign shining a light on the lavish lifestyles of politicians' children and allegations of corruption. Late on Monday, authorities rolled back the restrictions in response to the backlash. But it failed to quell the demonstrations. The Prime Minister's resignation plunges the poverty-stricken Himalayan country into fresh political uncertainty. And protesters still don't appear to be ready to let up. Here, they're seen setting ablaze the homes of other ministers. Reports say the residences of several high-profile politicians came under attack. Meanwhile, the army has posted an appeal on social media asking people to exercise restraint. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Rupert Murdoch has reached a deal over his media empire, ending a long succession battle. Eldest son, Lachlan Murdoch, will take control of the news group, which owns Fox News, The Wall Street Journal and The New York Post. Reports suggest the three other Murdoch siblings will be given a payout of $1.1 billion. Apple is releasing a new range of iPhones today. Sales grew 13% year-on-year in July, and overall revenue grew by 10%, with the company's CEO putting the revenue boost down to the release of the iPhone 16. While sales have been strong, results show customers are only upgrading when they feel new features are actually worth the money. Turning to all the sports news now, when England's head coach Thomas Tuchel says his side will face high emotion against Serbia in Belgrade on Tuesday night. It's expected to be the toughest World Cup qualifier for the Three Lions squad. Tuchel has 7 more games to go before he names his official team for summer's World Cup. And former Spurs boss Ange Postecoglou is set to become the next Nottingham Forest manager after Nuno Espirito Santo was sacked on Monday. Nuno admitted that his leadership with the club's owner had broken down. Postecoglou's appointment comes before Forest's game with Arsenal, which is this Saturday. A reminder of our top stories now. Israel targets Hamas leaders in Qatar after the group takes responsibility for the Jerusalem shooting. The White House denies links to the Jeffrey Epstein drawing as the sex trafficker's birthday book files are made public. And Nepal's Prime Minister resigns as deadly protests and unrest grip the capital. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analyses and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. France's government was thrown into chaos after Parliament rejected Prime Minister Bayrou's budget reforms, leading to his resignation, a major story that rippled through much of international media. The Middle East remained in focus, with Israel ordering sweeping evacuation for the entirety of Gaza City. Meanwhile, the top news out of America was Congress unveiling new Jeffrey Epstein estate documents, including the headline-grabbing birthday book with images and notes allegedly tied to Donald Trump and other famous names. Let's start from France, as the front pages of all French newspapers this morning were dominated by one story: the collapse of France's government after Prime Minister François Bayrou lost a no-confidence vote and resigned. Libération led today with a report describing how President Macron faces growing pressure from divided parties to quickly find a new leader amid mounting economic and political challenges. The piece highlights Bayrou's failed attempt to unite Parliament, sharp criticism from both left and right, and uncertainty over who will take charge next. The report underscores the paralysis gripping French politics as Macron juggles urgent budget deadlines, calls for compromise, and threats of further unrest. Ultimately, the piece paints a picture of a president struggling to restore stability as major issues test his leadership. Le Monde, on the other hand, published an explainer detailing the fallout and what happens next. The piece explains that following the collapse, France is led by a caretaker government with limited powers, while Macron decides whether to appoint a new prime minister or to dissolve parliament for new elections. The explainer notes the challenges, or the challenge of forming a stable coalition in a fragmented assembly, and both left and right parties are gearing up for renewed political battles. Le Monde also outlines how recent French governments have struggled under similar deadlock and highlights the uncertainty now facing one of Europe's largest economies as it searches for both leadership and direction. The crisis in France seems to have scared some in Britain. Matthew Lynn's article in The Telegraph warns that Britain could soon face the same financial troubles as France, with rising debt and heavy government spending creating political chaos. Lynn describes how France's leaders struggle to cut spending and raise taxes, but their debts keep getting worse and public anger also grows. He says Britain is following a similar path, with too few people in productive jobs, soaring welfare costs, and a government deficit that keeps rising. The article also highlights how tough choices are avoided in both countries and how any politician who tries to fix the problem risks being removed from office. Lynn ends by urging readers to learn from the crisis in France before it's too late. Across the Atlantic, the Washington Post, like many other American newspapers, reported on the House Oversight Committee's release of new documents from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, including the controversial birthday book featuring images and notes allegedly from high-profile friends such as Donald Trump. The report notes that while Democrats promoted the sketch as Trump's work, the White House denied its authenticity and called it political spin. The birthday book also contains redacted messages and images related to Epstein's scandals. Besides the book, also the committee released Epstein's will, Florida non-prosecution agreement and contracts, while continuing also to seek bank records and client lists. The piece highlights the ongoing partisan clash and public pressure for transparency. But lawmakers remain divided about the significance and source of the newly released evidence. The Wall Street Journal went even further on this story, publishing an exclusive with an interesting analysis and a close look at the now public Trump birthday letter. The report describes the letter's distinct signature, provocative sketch and playful text supposedly attributed to Donald Trump, noting stylistic similarities to previous handwritten letters and drawings by Trump, auctioned for charity. Also, while the White House and Trump have denied the letter's authenticity, calling it a forgery, the piece highlights expert observations that the letter's style and informal use of Donald also match past personal correspondence from the same era. The article underscores the ongoing debate also about the document's origin, with the letter now a focal point in both congressional investigations and renewed public controversy over Trump's past ties to Epstein. All Israeli newspapers reported today on the evacuation order issued by the IDF for the entirety of the Gaza city, while many others focused on the deadlock in peace negotiations to reach a hostage deal among rapid security developments on the ground. The Times of Israel published an exclusive detailing a new hostage deal proposal from Israel that departs from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's strict public demands for ending the Gaza war. While Netanyahu previously insisted on full disarmament of Hamas, simultaneous release of all hostages, and no role for the Palestinian Authority, the latest plan envisions a 6-month process for peace, phased hostage releases, and a governing body to be determined later. The report also highlights pressure from the US and Arab mediators to get both sides to compromise, with President Trump's team involved in pushing for a ceasefire and prisoner exchanges. Israel's offer to is more flexible than before, but retains conditions on security control and potential intervention, while hesitating also to exclude the Palestinian Authority completely. The piece shows intense international diplomacy and Israel's willingness to adapt its approach, though a final agreement remains elusive. Michelle Goldberg wrote in the New York Times, examining the quiet collapse of faith in the two-state solution among veteran Middle East peace negotiators, focusing on Rob Malley and Hossein Agha's new book, Tomorrow is Yesterday. Despite decades of diplomacy, the authors argue the vision of an Israeli and Palestinian state side by side has become all but impossible, given settlement expansion, ongoing conflict, and shifting U.S. priorities. Goldberg also notes Malley's grim conclusion, supporting the two-state solution is now more about political cover for the US and Europe than any credible path to peace. The article highlights a new realism among experts, recognizing growing annexation and division on the ground and urging fresh thinking, even as alternative outcomes remain deeply fraught and unpopular on both sides. And we'll stay with the New York Times, where we will end with a news analysis examining how Russia's drone and missile barrages in Ukraine are timed for maximum geopolitical impact. The latest attack Sunday night, the largest of the war, set Kiev's cabinet of ministers building ablaze and closely followed major European and American diplomatic meetings. The piece also highlights analysts' views that such massive assaults are not just military, but serve as blunt political messages, warning outside powers against deeper involvement and seeking also leverage in ongoing negotiations. Evidence shows Russia escalates attacks around key political events or Western contacts, using airstrikes as psychological and diplomatic tools. As peace talks stall, the analysis shows how Moscow's deadly bombardments also aim to test world leaders' resolve and influence the course of negotiations. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Copenhagen. Roam around the city of Copenhagen and you'll find anything and everything to suit your tastes and interests. Denmark's capital is filled with historical landmarks, architectural sites, and museums that speak of its culture. What to do in Copenhagen? Visit the famous Little Mermaid, of course. The diminutive stature of this bronze-cast Hans Christian Andersen heroine is considered the city's most iconic landmark. Many who've seen it will come home with a postcard or a photo of the great replica. Then, of course, you should sample its best and most iconic dishes. The Danish, or also known as the New Nordic Kitchen, is in fact known as among the world's best. It offers a modern take on the traditional Danish cuisine that uses seasonal local produce that's organic and climate-friendly. It's highly recommended that you visit one of its best kitchens and gourmet markets for an authentic culinary experience. Meanwhile, for entertainment, Copenhagen is highly praised for its jazz music. It has also become a means to express voices on certain issues such as racial tolerance and free thought. American jazz musicians have actually made the city their home since the 1960s. Since then, it has become one of the characteristics Copenhagen is known for. It's got top-notch jazz clubs, open-air concerts, events, and international jazz festivals are held here on a regular basis. Another landmark that reflects the city's culture and history is Christiania. The autonomous free town Christiania was founded in 1971. It is the site of an abandoned military camp that has continued its existence for over 4 decades. As an effect, the city of Copenhagen has come to be known as the liberal and free-thinking capital. A visit to the city will definitely teach you some of the remarkable stories of its history. Not to be missed are the canals, of course. 1. There are the painted houses on the canal side. Make sure to visit Nyhavn, a former sailor's haunt transformed into a lovely summertime tourist trap. Then there's also Gamal Strand, where a street market adds a lively air during the summer. And finally, Christianshavn, which is filled with canals. It has earned the nickname of Little Amsterdam. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World. Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Mumbai. Bright lights, busy city, Mumbai in India. Many Indians choose this place to hold their extravagant, stylish weddings. Guests are always in jewel-toned saris, intricately embroidered skirts, and such. Indian weddings in Mumbai are great for sightseeing, often the subject of photographs, and most of all, a fun event to be part of. Lucky if you're a friend or relative of an Indian about to get hitched. Weddings aside, the city is also known for many other treats. The Marine Drive is a popular destination. Listen to Bollywood tunes or the Punjabi rap there. Or if you prefer to be away from the loud sounds and noisy blues, Mumbai will always have its quiet corners. Yoga is popularly practiced in Mumbai. One of the recent practices is aerial yoga, where yogis would pose using cloth harnesses that are suspended from the ceiling. Another option is to travel via the sea, a highly recommended way to see the city. The Gateway of India is superb at sunset, definitely a sight to behold. You can opt to charter a yacht, as there are a fleet of vessels available for hire. Want an experience of the ever-famous Bollywood? Hop into an auto rickshaw. You'll get to ride past the film stars' mansions in the area, plus maybe get a glimpse of one of the superstars. The city is known for its old colonial houses too. Luxury boutique hotels aren't the norm here, so it's a gem to find one. Make sure to take pictures. The city's nightlife is quite a busy yet low-key one too. There are restaurants, cocktail bars, and various concert venues to choose from, and there's always a gig in town. Catch in performance, an indie band, or an a cappella group. Musicals are a dream. Then there's also the hip art scene, found in the middle of Shoreditch. This neighborhood in Mumbai is where you'll find the art galleries, cafes, and places for shopping too. Now you'll know where to buy souvenirs to take home. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
I wish reality were as easy as talking. He grows up but keeps that innocence. That's the instinct God created us with. Mahmoud's dream is to become a pianist.
Is speech the only way to express thoughts and feelings? Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, said, "I think, therefore I am." He didn't say, "I speak, therefore I am." There are many means of communication around us: drawing, music, singing, writing, sports. Even eyes have a language. Each one of us is different. We share many things and differ in many others. The same applies to autistic people who can be similar or different. Since medicine discovered autism 8 decades ago, half of people around us still see it as a mystery. And such people do not try to know anything about autism. Even scientists disagree over it. Some see it as a psychological or neurological disorder, while others consider it a genetic biological problem. Why don't we know a lot about autism? Today, we try to reach them. We are not looking for a cause, a doctor, or a cure. This will be a special mission in which we go to them to find out their thoughts and feelings. Do they live in the moment only? Or do they dream and wish? Do they understand adolescence? What is lying? Or politeness to them? Do they know they are different? We thought it would be enough to get answers even to some of those questions. It's impossible to reach everyone, but it led us to a few of them. A young man living in his 20s, and in his story, a message for every human.
I exactly experienced the entire 5 stages of Kubler-Ross. I experienced every single stage. Starting with denial, I experienced this stage in the sense that I cannot believe that my son has autism. There is nothing wrong with my son. It must be a stage that would pass. You know how mothers might fool themselves. They pretend that there is nothing wrong, then there's the stage of anger. The anger stage involves questions like, why isn't he interacting? Why should Mahmoud be autistic? Even though I never asked myself or God about why I had to go through this.
When I was young, my father used to sing for me in the car. I love you when you speak. I love you when you draw a smile. شو بحبك لما بتحكي ترسم عشفافك ضحكي شو بحبك لما بتبكي بتشكي وعم بتغلغل فيه حبيبي انت الأحلى عمري بقلبك عم بيحلى عطرك سحرك صوتك رسمك صار مني وفيك.
Sometimes I thought about committing suicide. I wished death for me and my son, but my death wouldn't change anything. In the end, my son would be left alone, and that's not what I want for him. When I felt that I was fed up, as they say, I could no longer bear this angry and depressed fate. That's when it started to search for psychological solutions. Thus, I studied psychodrama therapy, because I was convinced that I wouldn't heal. In 1 or 2 sessions, or even in 1 or 2 years, I was convinced I needed to know how to face my feelings and understand my psychological condition throughout my life, because I knew my current situation would continue all the time.
شو حلو حبيبي شو حلو هالقمر شوفوا ما أجمله بس أنا عبالي دللو وحياتي ما حدا بقى يزعلو. I don't like hurting anyone.
أوقات الدنيا بتوجعني وساعات بتعاند ويايا لا بخاف وحخاف ازاي يعني دايما مطمن طول ما انت معايا.
During World War II, a psychiatrist was influenced by the power of compassion and resilience in human spirit. In 1969, she introduced a model named after her, about the 5 stages of grief. Through this model, Kubler-Ross wanted to speak out loud about the feelings a person experiences when faced with a shock that shakes their inner peace. The transitional stages in the Kubler-Ross change curve begin with shock, which leads to denial. Then anger takes hold. Then we begin bargaining with ourselves in a one-sided dialogue. We want to escape the crisis without making any effort. Then comes depression and sorrow. Despair and all negative thoughts start to attack at the same time. Acceptance is the beginning of the solution.
And out of love for her son, she feels hatred. She thinks she hates her son, but in fact, that represents in psychology the stage of anger in Kubler-Ross model. She becomes angry with herself because she feels those emotions, which are unfortunately normal. If we had psychological awareness in education, she wouldn't be blaming herself. Once I reached the stage of acceptance, he started to show results that I had been waiting for years of effort. He started to show me those results. I reached a state of acceptance that it's over. I accepted him however he is, whatever progress he makes or doesn't make. That's it. This is my son, and I want to love him just the way he is. And that is the golden key.
I accepted Mahmoud as he is, like any mother who wanted him to lean on her. But what happened was the opposite. Fatin's dreams of Mahmoud graduating from university with a postgraduate degree did not come true. Mahmoud opened a door to his world for her, and he amazed her and made her forget the routine life and the struggle, competition, and racing against time in everything.
I used to be afraid that something might happen to me. And how would Mahmoud eat? He doesn't know how to say, "I want to eat." He wouldn't say, "I'm thirsty. I have to bring him water." But what worries me is his perseverance. Mahmoud has overcome it, thankfully. Thank God, you could say.
Do you consider that the great achievement was by Mahmoud or Fatin?
It was definitely by Mahmoud. We honor mothers in our society, and we see the efforts made. But, unfortunately, we don't understand the value of that effort because they struggle just like we do. They struggle with themselves. It's not something easy for them from the start. It's not easy for them because we are breaking their nature. In fact, I'll tell you more. We are distorting them. We are distorting their nature so that they become like us.
Due to the commonalities within the stories, we went to Niraj, a young boy who is talented in drawing and video games, a boy no older than 12, who speaks, reads, and writes. He has a small home, with a family, school, and friends.
At this time, I don't know nothing about autism. So I was just thinking why he don't talk. Why he don't talk? Because he was speaking, is eating good, sleeping good. I think when I call him, he don't come. I say, Niraj, he don't look at us, don't come. So one day when he was 3 years old, with nothing, no speak, he just making sounds like At this time, I don't know nothing about autism. I know autism only, I know some children with development problem have autism. So when I come back home and I went to the internet, this is something wrong. You never have to go to the internet to check and solve your problem. Oh my God, what only bad things about autism, only. But there I see a picture of my son.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I would say that, I mean, being in denial is kind of running away, isn't it? It's an indirect way of saying you're running away if you are in denial. You know, maybe you're in denial because subconsciously you know it's true, but maybe you're in denial because maybe you don't know what to do, so you panic. And it's definitely Artemia is what woke me up. You know, kind of she would bring me back down to earth, saying, you know, this is not going to go away. He's not going to snap out of it. It's not something that there's no medicine that we can just give him and he's going to be okay. And then I would see what she's doing. And that's, you know, then that was like kind of the inspiration to, I want to be part of this journey and help where I can. That's basically how I transitioned from not doing anything into trying to do something. I see myself as a father to Niraj, not as an autistic child, but as a normal child, which gives me an oversensing comfort. So it's not, I should do more with Niraj because he's autistic. It's more, I should just do more with him just because he's just another child. So I think now I'm not beating myself up because he's autistic, and I think that's a testament on how far he's come.
When he was 5, we take him to one psychologist, and she told me, "Oh, you have to understand because you will never talk. When he gonna be adult with the mind of the child." He just told me like this. My son is talking now. If you say that for one mother, you take her hope. Yeah, your hope. You need to give hope. You need to say, oh, buy this book, oh, do this, do that, come back here, let's do something. They need to be positive.
I've never had pets. I'm not a huge pet lover, but I did try, and whenever we take him to the park, try and push him towards the dogs in the park. And yeah, he liked them a lot. And now we have cats, so he's you know, plays with them as much as he wants. I did try to play football with him. He doesn't want to play. So then I just kind of revert back to what he's interested in, and because at the end of the day, that's how you maximize engagement with anyone.
The doctor tried to steal her hope, but she failed twice. As a doctor, and as a human, that's what happened to Artemia. She lost herself chasing books and sources for guidance to reach her son. Her mission wasn't easy, and notably, the majority of books written about autism were written by autistic people themselves.
One of the therapists told me we have to make some exercise with him. You put some pop with the hot water, no, very hot water.
Yeah.
One is something like lemon, or do this exercise as many as you can. Okay, show me phone. Good work. Show me cooking. Good work, Niraj. Show me jumping. Good work. Coloring pencil. Good work, Niraj.
She pulled hope out of pain to get her son to read, write, and draw, and express himself, even participate in competitions with others. They are not in their own world. They are in ours.
How did they help Niraj?
Oh yeah, definitely. So when we have games that involve, but mainly those kind of group games, is definitely you bring them in, and the kids don't know they're doing it. The kids don't know they're helping. For them, they're just playing.
Was very difficult, was very depressed in the beginning. And now I see my son, he can talk, he can ask what he wants, he have good behavior outside, he learning many, many, many things. I like my son like this, I want him like this, I don't want another son. I don't want a perfect Niraj. He's perfect for me.
They don't know they are different. We are the ones who create the difference. Many realize this truth. Nahed, the mother who wants to help them reach their fullest potential, to discover their skills without differences and bullying.
I am Nahed, a mother before anything else. I built this entire place, dreaming of a space where Ahmed could live, where I could watch him grow. My dreams, like any mother, were very big. Unfortunately, after I started this place, Ahmed's needs were different, and today Ahmed. What exists in this place? But the place has become for all the Ahmed in this world. I now have more than one Ahmed. I have Alaa, I have Khalil. They call me Mom, and my son does not talk. After my long journey with Ahmed, he stayed the same. I was the one who changed. So I wanted to change Ahmed, but Ahmed won't change. Ahmed granted me exponential strength to be the person I am now, capable of helping all these people. I really do not see myself as strong. Is there a greater strength than that? This is Ahmed's strength, although considered as disabled, but they are not weak. They deserve to live. We all have our own kind of disability. The only thing these children fear is losing their parents. They fear because we have become their safety, not the society. The community as a whole must change so that children feel safe. Then comes competition, and there comes desire to achieve self-worth. Children do not feel safe. Their safety is us. So we must give our children safety before we ask society to give them safety. A group of young men graduated from our center are now working in government agencies, in Emicor, and some working at Siemens Energy, with very good salary, comparable to university, graduate salaries. These children must have experience and skills so that they can compete in the labor market according to their capabilities.
My name is Andrea.
and I'm 18 years old. I consider myself as a kind person. I love helping everyone who seeks help. I enjoy spending time with my family. I believe there is love inside every person. Each person has a beautiful soul within them. How would you describe Mahmoud? He is a kind person and musically talented. He plays the piano and sings, and he is also handsome.
How do you describe Andrea?
She is my friend. I love her very much. He plays the piano and the guitar.
I was studying a major that I love. I was easing my conscience as a mother by studying something that could help my son. We can manage behavior either with reinforcement or punishment. When we know which reinforcement is best for the child, we can use it to teach the child to ask and express themselves. It is not necessary to express by talking, because many autistic do not speak. So we can use pictures, or we can use an iPad to be able to communicate with them, and they can communicate with us. This skill is one of the most important things we teach a child. It's one of the foundational skills we begin with for a child. Honestly, the early stages were the hardest for me. I used to repeat sessions that he learned with the specialist every day. I would reapply the speech sessions with him 4 times a day. I used to repeat them on the same day. At the times when I could not do these sessions, I would repeat them through activities I would do with him at home. So when he became responsive, when he was ready, when he became ready to expose him, experiments to find out what does he like, so we tried. 2 experiments and discover what he liked. We began teaching him the field of computer and software, and we tried exposing him to all fields until we discovered that Mahmoud was excellent at playing piano. He can express himself, his anger, his joy through playing the piano.
What if we were asked to pause for a moment and put on the shoes of this mother or sister or that father or brother just for a moment? What if we realized that one of our children is on the autism spectrum? Everyone we spoke to never wished to switch roles. Instead, they asked of those around them or those they encountered on the street or in the store or the cinema or school. Anyway, they wish to grant these passes by the children with autism a little understanding and a little love.
It pains me to see him grow up, still with that same innocence and childlike nature. Maybe because I'm afraid for him, afraid of his innocence, the purity of his thinking, his unconditional love for people, and his lack of awareness of the evil in this world. The initial phase is exceptionally challenging, initiating them with their first word, the first letter. It's a very challenging stage. It's one of the most challenging stages. The challenge of adulthood is also affected.
And I want to say to the ones who abandon their children, go back to them. They need you. Do not be ashamed of your children. Your son may not be what you dreamed of, but they become something you never dreamed of before. I am really grateful for his presence, no matter what he is. Of course, I wish he does not suffer from autism. I cannot imagine my life without his presence.
you want to say to Dad?
I played the piano.
If you want to talk to him but he is away,
I call him.
what do you tell him?
Come. I love playing piano and drawing and sports and swimming.
What do you do in the kitchen?
I make a labneh sandwich.
مع بعض أنا وأنت أكيد هنكملها.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
In March 2022, the United Nations Environment Assembly agreed to develop a legally binding global instrument on plastic pollution with the aim of finalizing it by the end of 2024. The treaty is being negotiated through a series of intergovernmental negotiating committee meetings called the INC, hosted by the UNEP. It failed to reach a deal in South Korea last year, and talks in Switzerland earlier in August was supposed to be a last-ditch effort. But negotiations to reach a major treaty to end growing plastic pollution around the world fell apart in Geneva, adjourning with no immediate plans to resume. The treaty could have sweeping implications for how plastics are designed, produced, used and managed worldwide. It is intended to address plastic pollution across the life cycle of plastics, though there's a deep disagreement over what that scope should mean in practice. With us to discuss this is Stuart Harris, the spokesperson for the International Council of Chemical Associations, the ICCA. Stuart, welcome to the show. Thanks for being with us today. The INC 5.2 in Geneva did not produce a final agreement. From your perspective and the industries, what were the main sticking points and why did governments fail to reach consensus?
Well, thank you for having me today. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I think before talking about the sticking points, it is important to note that governments did make significant progress at INC 5.2 on critical areas like product design, which of course is an important element to addressing the broader issue of plastic pollution. But as you mentioned, the sticking points did remain. Financing continues to be a challenging topic, not surprising, because financing often is a difficult discussion in any multilateral environmental agreement negotiation. Also challenging were views on scope. Governments continue to struggle with the scope of the agreement. Should it just focus on addressing plastic pollution, or should it look at the full life cycle of plastics, including production and chemicals used in plastics? Also, plastic products, whether or not the agreement should include lists or whether it should simply provide guidance and criteria to governments to support national actions to address the leakage of plastic waste and plastic pollution into the environment.
Stuart, as industry is not at the negotiating table but participates as an observer, how effective do you feel your role has been in shaping the discussion as an industry? And what input are you prioritizing, or did you prioritize in Geneva?
So as an observer to the process, we play a very important role. Our view and our role is to be there in the meeting. We aren't allowed to participate in all of the negotiating sessions. Some are closed to governments only. But where we are able to participate, and certainly in the side meetings that we have with governments, we're able to listen and hear what governments are saying and what their concerns are. And that enables us as an industry to be more effective as a solutions provider as we bring ideas to the table. One of those key solutions or one of those ideas that we brought to the table is the creation of a database of chemical additives used in plastics. So that's something that we heard early in the negotiations, all the way back at INC2, calls from governments not really understanding how chemical additives are used in plastics, or even generally the life cycle of how, or the supply chain of how plastics move from the creation of resin or the material itself to products, to how those products are used. And so we do play a critically important role in supporting governments and providing that information on how supply chains work, how the industry works, but then, of course, bringing solutions to the table to help governments as they work to craft this global agreement.
Okay, speaking of solutions, many countries in what's called the High Ambition Coalition wanted to cap or phase down plastic production. But industry opposes those proposed caps. Why does the sector see caps as the wrong approach, and what alternative do you propose?
We do see capping or restricting production as the wrong approach. We need to focus, and we encourage governments to focus on addressing the issue of plastic leaking into the environment. When we look at the broader macroeconomic trends, and we see a growing demand for plastic as a material across many different applications. And one of the things that we've been able to do in working with governments is help better explain the use of plastics across the various sectors of the economy. Plastics touch nearly every aspect of our economy, from packaging of food to lightweighting of vehicles, to use in aerospace and aircraft applications, to communications and electronics and so on. So we see plastics used across all these different applications. We also commissioned a study with Oxford Economics to look at what would the impact of reducing the supply of plastic as a material into the economy mean. And what Oxford Economics found in their study was that it would impact those least able to afford it across all countries. So regardless of high or low income countries, the segment of the population, the citizens least able to afford those increases, that increased cost, would be the ones that would bear the majority of the impact of reducing plastic into the system. As an alternative, we believe that circularity provides a much more effective and targeted solution to address plastic pollution or plastic waste leaking into the environment. Circularity is far more than recycling. It starts with the design, how products are made, how they're used, and then how they are captured, how that value is captured at the end of life. And so that really, we believe, is a much more focused and targeted solution that will be effective in addressing plastic pollution and will also have the least amount of unintended consequences on consumers.
Stuart, let's circle back on additives in plastics. Some countries want a global framework to regulate toxic additives in plastics. Why is the industry opposed to this being part of the treaty? And how do you justify relying on existing frameworks like REACH or TSCA instead?
So as you mentioned, there are existing frameworks at the national level. There are also some international agreements that do address chemicals. It's important to note that chemical additives are chemicals that are used in plastics to provide specific properties to meet the performance of an application, but they're also used, those chemicals are also used in other applications. And so it's important for governments to take a comprehensive approach to chemicals management, and that's what we advocate for as the industry. And so whether it's something like the Global Framework on Chemicals, which is a voluntary initiative, but it's a voluntary initiative that provides governments with the resources to develop national chemical management systems. You mentioned REACH. In the United States, we have TSCA, the Toxic Substances Control Act. Other countries have similar national chemical management systems. These systems are critical to helping address in a comprehensive way the use of chemicals in across various applications, and really taking more of a risk-based approach to ensure that we're balancing the various impacts and the applications of chemicals used across our economy.
You mentioned earlier the topic of financing the required infrastructure. There are about 2.7 billion people worldwide who lack waste management systems. So who should finance the massive infrastructure needed for the collection and recycling of plastics? Should it be governments, consumers, or the plastic industry itself?
So as you mentioned, there is a tremendous need for financing to address this challenge, in the range of trillions of dollars. And so traditional financing mechanisms that we see in multilateral environmental agreements are not going to be sufficient to address the problem. And that's where governments contribute to a fund, and then other governments get money from that fund to help implement the agreement. We really see the need for an innovative approach that looks at things like public-private partnerships and how do you attract investment from the private sector. We do not support global taxes or fees on resin or on the plastic industry, but rather we support governments utilizing policies to incentivize investment in things like collection or in mechanical or advanced recycling operations or in sortation. And we've seen this work in many settings, in many different countries, at a much smaller scale. And we think the plastic pollution agreement negotiations are a real opportunity to massively scale this new innovative approach to public-private partnerships to get investors off the sidelines and really engaged in a more circular economy. But that's going to require changes to national regulations. It's going to require various incentives for private sector investment, but it's also going to require engagement of consumers in terms of the use of things like recycled content, various systems like extended producer responsibility or similar schemes that help to incentivize and capture the value of plastic at the end of life so it can be pulled back into the system, really going back to that design phase where plastic products and packaging are made and put into the economy.
The ICCA cites that there are more than 160 recycling projects backed by the industry. What new technologies are proving most promising, and what are the challenges in scaling those globally?
So there really isn't a one-size-fits-all or a silver bullet approach to recycling technologies. What we're finding is that all of the above mix of different recycling technologies is critical. So whether it's traditional mechanical recycling, which of course has seen many advancements over the years with artificial intelligence and robotics and advanced sorting, or whether it's advanced or chemical recycling, which actually, if you will, unbakes the cake of a plastic product and takes it all the way back to its component parts so that then new plastic material can be made from that and used in a similar way that virgin plastic can be used. All of these technologies are important to be available to governments as they are looking to scale circularity. And so rather than a single technology, really the promise that we see is the advancement across the range of recycling technologies, and importantly, across the range and the innovation that we see in product design. designing products to be more easily recycled, designing products to utilize recycled plastic in the various applications. It's a pretty exciting time across that whole range of technologies.
On the point of design, how is the industry rethinking, Stuart, the product and packaging design to make plastics more reusable and recyclable? And more importantly, how soon will consumers see tangible changes in that regard, do you think?
Well, this is an incredibly exciting area. And we see all the way from the material producers to those companies that are actually making products, investment in design and in innovation. And so whether it's taking that multi-layer, multi-material package, something as simple as a toothpaste tube, which used to have aluminum and various other materials in it to protect the toothpaste, we're now seeing design changes where that's now made of a single type of plastic, although put together in an innovative way to still provide the performance that's needed. And so customers are already seeing some of those types of things. We're also seeing innovations in things like reuse and refill. So whether it's detergents, whether it's cleaning products, whether it's cosmetics, we're seeing companies trial and find success with various business models that are encouraging reuse and refill. So consumers are already starting to see this. We feel there's an opportunity with the plastic pollution agreement to accelerate those innovations, really provide additional support to industry and to those companies that are pushing and really innovating at the edge to continue to go further so that we can, again, capture that material, capture the value from that material at the end of life, and bring it back into the system through innovations in design.
Given the plastic industry's importance to global jobs, healthcare, food security, and energy, how do you balance protecting that economic role with responding to pressure for stricter global rules on production and chemicals?
So, and this is a challenge, and this is something that governments really need to work to balance in terms of designing that. Plastics really have enabled modern society and many of the innovations we see from cell phones to electric vehicles, to renewable energy, to just preserving food so that it makes it from, farm to table with less waste. But we do, as a society, need to do a better job in managing the waste and preventing pollution. And so we really feel like circular economy as a solution is the most effective way to give value to waste, to really incentivize not just industry, but also consumers to all work together to address that end-of-life challenge that we have with plastics, pulling that material back into the environment, addressing the pollution issue, but without jeopardizing the societal benefits of plastics, and also not only not jeopardizing, but supporting growth in innovative industries around plastic production and use and many of the surrounding jobs that we see.
Stuart, so finally, what are your expectations on a potential treaty in the near future? In what direction will the UN negotiations go, and when do you expect it to resume?
So that's a great question for governments. Obviously, this is a government-driven process. INC 5.2 was closed with very little clarity on the next step. Our expectation is that governments will reconvene at some point to continue the negotiations, but it's really not clear to us at this point. And so we are continuing to engage with governments. We're continuing to engage with the UN Environment Program to understand what the next step is, because we do see an important role as a solutions provider as governments continue these negotiations. And we are committed to supporting governments in their effort to craft a legally binding agreement to address plastic pollution that really has circularity at its core to solve this global challenge.
Stuart Harris, thank you so much for taking the time and joining us on the show. Stuart Harris, the spokesperson for the International Council of Chemical Associations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers.
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English studios. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, Saudi Arabia revises the 2024 foreign direct investment figure upwards to $31.7 billion, surpassing targets. While strong inflows are seen as a clear sign of international investor confidence in the kingdom's legislative and economic reforms. Fresh data from a survey carried out by Riyadh Bank points to steady non-oil private sector growth. We'll be speaking to Riyadh Bank's chief economist and asking what's driving the growth. Plus, the Global Water Expo wraps up in Riyadh. That brought together expertise from right across the globe. Sustainable water infrastructure is a key element of Vision 2030. We're going to jump right into our main story. Fresh revised data shows that Saudi Arabia attracted a near record sum from overseas investors during the year 2024, far surpassing the annual target. Well, foreign direct investment reached 119 billion riyals last year. That's just over $30 billion, considerably more than was previously reported. Well, manufacturing, trade, construction and financial services all saw strong activity. All these results are seen as a clear sign of investor confidence in the kingdom's legislative and economic reforms. Ali, thanks a lot for taking the time to speak to us. Clearly good news, FDI up across the region, but Saudi Arabia really leading the way. Some might say this proves that plans to diversify the economy are really paying dividends. What are your thoughts?
Tom, the question over the last few years has been, can Saudi Arabia really diversify away from the oil economy and build the kind of global economic powerhouse that it is proposing to do? And it's been quite a blunt question. You know, you've heard versions of this across many of the conversations that relate to the various sectors being built, from automotive to sports to entertainment and such. This is a very significant event because, of course, this is a clear demonstration that the efforts that have been underway under Vision 2030 are proving useful. And, you know, just a few months ago, Tom, actually, you and I were speaking about this, the FDI numbers being estimated around $20 billion, just north of, and, you know, the expectation being that perhaps this would be somewhat of a decline. Under the Vision 2030, Saudi Arabia has a FDI inflows target of around $100 billion. And if we go back a couple of years, I mean, the peak that Saudi Arabia has hit is usually around 22, 23 billion. So, you know, to reach the $39 billion mark is quite a sizable jump. And it's not by accident. I mean, we've talked about many of the industrial reforms that are taking place and the many initiatives and programs underway. We've seen 600 plus regional headquarters established in Riyadh or in Saudi Arabia. And, you know, when you have global enterprises establishing their headquarters in a region, it's not simply an injection of capital or resources and such. There are second-degree consequences, flow-on consequences to the availability of talent. There's mentorship available to the young, very educated population. There's new knowledge in the region. There is, that fact in itself, or the existence of those headquarters in themselves, are an attractor to further enterprise. So what you see is a compounding effect. And we've often spoken about the fact that, and I'm, very often you hear me say that there are some challenges in various aspects of the national investment strategy, or, some challenges that may be perceived from some of the economic indicators at times. But if we look at the story as a whole, the leading indicators, they are telling a positive story. And, these numbers are the result of that. It is showing that the economy is heading in the right direction. There is still a way to go. We're about halfway through Vision 2030 being in motion, but it's all heading in the right direction.
Okay, I don't know if you're able to tell us, but are we able to see where that FDI is coming from? I mean, which countries appear to be the main sources of foreign investment? Ali?
It's quite a diversified mix. I mean, China has been for a long time and perhaps will continue to be one of Saudi Arabia's largest trading partners. But the obvious culprits, China, US, India, there is substantial growth in a lot of the trade with the BRICS nations. I mean, just earlier this week, we saw a significant pipeline of investments actualized with the UK, with the forums that have been underway in partnership with the UK. So it's quite diversified. And, I think in this discussion, it's also important to know, I mean, Saudi Arabia has really taken a neutral stance across the globe and worked hard to maintain relationships and friendships with as many of its counterparts across the globe as possible. And whilst there are some leading players like the ones that we've just discussed, I mean, our friend Trump certainly brought a posse with him, so to speak, when he arrived a couple of months ago, and there was a lot of trade that took place then. There's been a lot of flow-on investments and partnerships that have taken place. But, all of that being said, Saudi Arabia is open to the world, and I think this mix is going to continue to diversify, and we'll see new entrants kind of pick up on the ranks.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like 2025 FDI inflows will be even higher than they were in 2024. I mean, is that sort of roughly where you'd see things heading?
We can certainly speculate. I mean, the Saudi strategy has been such that if you look at the psychology of the sovereign fund or some of the semi-sovereign bodies or even the private sector, it has been to establish footholds in industries by building what I would call a spine, building core entities or platforms that establish distribution, manufacturing and such. And these things pay dividends over time, and they do compound in value. So if that is any indication, and the scale of development that's taken place across the sectors is any indication, then I think it's correct to speculate that 25 will be a substantial year.
Okay, well, we'll be speaking to you in just a moment. We'll also be talking a bit more about the boosting of economic ties between Saudi and the UK. But for now, thanks very much indeed, Ali. Now, according to a new survey carried out by Riyadh Bank, Saudi Arabia's non-oil private sector growth was steady during the month of August. Business activity grew slightly faster during the previous month. The seasonally adjusted Riyadh Bank Saudi Arabia Purchasing Managers Index rose to 56.4 in August, well above the 50 mark, indicating growth, which has been driven by multiple factors, amongst them further gains in employment. Well, let's get more on this and get to understand those numbers a little bit better. We can speak to Naif Al-Ghaif, who is the chief economist at Riyadh Bank. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Let's talk through the Purchasing Managers Index. Just remind us what it is and what this latest data tells us.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yes, as you said, the PMI, or Purchase Manager Index of Riyadh Bank, recorded 56.4, which is an expansionary. What it means that the economy, when compared month to month or month to month, it's growing. When you are above 50, it means that you are growing than what it was. And when you are below 50, then the economy is contracting. Luckily, with this, which represents the non-oil economy, our economy is still growing and mainly pushed by the output, employment, and also the new orders.
OK, tell us a bit more. I mean, as we've been saying, the number's only up very fractionally, isn't it, from the month before? But this upward trajectory, you mentioned a couple of factors there. Which is perhaps the most significant?
Sure. So the PMI, as you're very well aware, that it consisted of 12 sub-indices, each index that influence the PMI. The highest share of the one that has more weight is the new orders. So anything happens to the new orders, that it would influence the PMI. And this is what we have seen right now. The new orders recorded above 60, and it has influenced the index. The new orders were pushed by the increased demand. 28% of the survey responses indicated there is an increase in demand. Also, they indicated that there is an increase in export and also the project related to infrastructure and the increase in the clients in the GCC area.
Okay, and employment is continuing to grow across Saudi Arabia. And I understand that is a key part of the growth. Could you just tell us a bit more about that?
Sure. We saw last observation for the Q1 unemployment that has been reduced way below the 7%, which was the target for the Vision 2030. And now we have a new target for 5%. On the other hand, the PMI shows the employment, whether the employment is increasing or not. We're still in the expanding territory. We recorded above 54. And still it's growing. We have been seeing, despite the increase in the cost of employment, the employment is increasing. Mainly is pushed by the demand, the strong demand, competition, and also many of the companies report that they are willing to have more employments to meet these demands and to also to have a higher or qualified employee to produce, to be able to produce products that is to meet the client's satisfaction.
And I don't know if it goes into this level of detail, but you're able to see which sectors you're seeing the growth of employment in. I mean, I know they're all non-oil, but any sectors that stand out for employment growth?
Sure. We don't have so many sectors, but some of the clients, they indicate which they have seen the growth. They continue to mention related projects. They continue to mention the infrastructure, also a related project, and also they have indicated the manufacturing as well.
Just tell us a bit about how you carry out this survey. What's the sort of the methodology? How does it work?
Sure. So basically, we are in partnership with S&P Global, and they send a survey to many number of firms. They are non-oil, obviously, companies. And the survey asks a question with the three identified answers. Either is your firm is growing, for example, if we just saying yes, if it's growing, that means 1. If it's not growing, that is 0. If it's a constant, that is 0. If it's contracting, that is -1. So with a number of so many firms, then we'll be able to have the number 0 equal to 50, which is the balance, -1, then we can calculate it and get this number. So whenever you have a number above 50, which means 0, then the economy or the firms or the sample we are having, it is growing. And therefore, it reflects in the PMI. The good things, if you see the PMI trend, always moves with the non-oil, and the PMI is ahead of the non-oil GDP, and always PMI is ahead of the GDP. GDP calculation is more complicated. It requires times and always comes a quarter behind. So the good thing, we have observation 3 months ahead of the GDP, and we'll be able to paint a picture of what's going to be the expected reading.
Okay, and are you able to see how Saudi Arabia is doing compared to other countries in this region?
Sure. Well, our index is focused in Saudi Arabia, but at the same time, we can look at so many indices, the PMI of other regions. We continue to see our economy is growing, and that is also parallel with the PMI. One of the good readings, we can also look at the future output, and this shows us the confidence in the economy, and we can compare this also to other economy. Other things also indicate for comparison, when you look at also the export, and it is expanding. And many of the survey participants also, they indicate about how they are doing with their clients from the region. And this will give us also a good comparison with the neighboring country.
So how is Saudi Arabia doing compared to its neighbors?
Doing very well. So, we saw right now also the flash GDP, and it shows 3.9 for overall the GDP. For the oil GDP, it's 4.7. This is above the expectation of the IMF. The IMF is expecting 4.5 for this year. I expect we will record above the 4.5, from 5 to 4.5. Q1 we have recorded 4.9, so the trajectory of the non-oil economy is quite impressive.
Okay, and just lastly, when it comes to overall business confidence, what are you seeing when you look at the numbers and you look at the survey results?
As we said before, it's positive. The business sentiment is still indicating in the positive trajectory. We continue to see the confidence, and also one of the sub-indices is the future output, and the future output also right now is recording, it's way better than the previous month. This also reflected by the increase in demand. Businesses also indicated some of the challenges they have faced. They have also indicated the increase in purchase cost or the input cost. Yet with the competition and the prices, they still manage to grow.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it at that. Thank you very much indeed for your time. We really appreciate you speaking to us. Always a pleasure. Naif Al-Ghaith, Chief Economist at Riyadh Bank. Thank you for your time, sir. Okay, let's bring Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer at Haytham & Company, back into the conversation. Ali, just listening in there to Naif, and we've spoken to him before, haven't we, the two of us, about that survey. But it really does seem that he's optimistic with regards to the latest PMI survey that's been carried out for the month of August, well above the all-important 50 mark, because that indicates growth.
Yeah, Tom, I mean, the conversation we were just having around, the FDI numbers, these are all different sides of the same coin, essentially. I mean, there is a very clear and substantial amount of momentum in the economy. There is improved sentiment. Unemployment is at a record low rate. There is a lot more labour participation, especially as over the last couple of years. We've seen an uprise in female work participation. There are, as we said earlier, regional headquarters that have been established that are creating a substantially larger volume of opportunities. I mean, all in all things combined, it is not surprising. And I think this is yet another consequence of the strategy that's been put in place to diversify away from the oil economy. So this is now all showing the results in action.
Okay, thanks a lot for that, Ali. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Let's take a look at some of the other stories from the past week. According to the Saudi Central Bank, point-of-sale transactions across the kingdom rose some 17.8% in the last week of August. That sharp increase in consumer spending is seen as an indicator of robust economic momentum, while the F&B sector remains the largest spending category, with the capital Riyadh dominating point-of-sale transactions, followed by Jeddah. Saudi Arabia has sold $5.5 billion of US dollars of international bonds in a two-part sukuk, or Islamic debt sale. That $5.5 billion was made up of $2.25 billion in 5-year note and a $3.25 billion 10-year bond. Well, investors placed around $17.5 billion US dollars in orders, indicating strong demand. This marks the kingdom's first international sukuk based on an ijara structure. FedEx Corporation is the latest international company to inaugurate a regional office in Riyadh. This in a move seen as its commitment to the kingdom as a key logistics hub in the Middle East. Well, FedEx has also secured an economic license to operate as a foreign air carrier in Saudi Arabia. And the flag carrier of neighbouring Qatar has announced that it's launching direct flights next month from Doha to Red Sea International Airport on Saudi Arabia's west coast. Well, Qatar Airways says it will operate 3 flights a week. The Red Sea tourism destination, part of Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 plan for economic development and diversification, is expected to attract 1 million visitors every year once it's completed. Now, Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom are on track to boost economic ties with some $485 million worth of joint investments. Well, those investments, which were announced on the sidelines of last week's Great Futures Summit in London, will create dozens of jobs in both countries, with energy and financial services amongst the sectors set to gain. Well, that summit was attended by the Saudi Minister of Commerce, His Excellency Dr. Majid Al-Kassabi. Well, the UK has a new ambassador to Riyadh, Stephen Hitchen, who's been making quite a buzz on social media for his fluent Arabic skills. He has also been hailing the strength of the relationship and the mutual respect between the two kingdoms. Well, here with me is Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer at Haytham & Company. Ali, we were talking about this at the beginning, and as you say, a lot of the stories today have got quite a lot of communality and linkages. I mean, just specifically on the UK, I mean, there's a long list of examples of economic cooperation between the UK and Saudi Arabia. I mean, one example that springs to mind is the fact that the PIF has completed a 15% acquisition of Heathrow Airport, but that's just one of many, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, the relationship in the trade context spans back many decades, but much like many of the other regions in the world, it's starting to heat up now and becoming very interesting, not only because of the potential for foreign investment flows into Saudi Arabia, but, Saudi Arabia naturally, like any developing and advanced economy, has an appetite and a real strategy to enable export of their industries as well. So Al-Fanar is one of the groups that, is setting up operations in Saudi Arabia, particularly involved in energy and mobility. And they're known, obviously, within Saudi Arabia for being involved in several high-profile energy projects and many of the sort of infrastructure projects. But now you're starting to see the expansion of enterprises like this into different parts of the world. And in the UK context, I mean, that's one example. We've seen firms collaborate in the private capital context. A&B Capital and one of the counterparts in the UK have built a partnership to invest into growth stage enterprises. We're seeing some developments in the insurance sector. So you could extrapolate the financial services sector out somewhat broadly. On top of all of this, I mean, this is yet another reflection. If we go back to some of the earlier points, there's a changed sentiment in the market, and the UK has had a long-standing relationship with Saudi Arabia in any case. But the improved sentiment, the unique opportunities, and the potential for joint interest is only multiplying with all of the developments taking place, and that's what we've seen this week. One of the interesting relationships that's been established. I mean, you don't typically see the UK as a mining and resources nation per se. We know the UK for financial services and professional services, and even a degree of manufacturing. But there's a very strong critical minerals relationship being established, which has been part of perhaps not the discussions this week, but a few months ago. So there's quite a broad-ranging set of interests that are being developed between the two states, and like with many others, I think this will continue to grow in the coming months.
I don't know if you saw it, but Stephen Hitchen has been quite visible on social media the last couple of days, because I think there was a clip of him, and we showed a bit of it just before we crossed you, walking around in Riyadh, I think it was, speaking fluent Arabic, and that I think has wowed quite a lot of people. I think he was previously ambassador in Iraq, so he had a bit of a head start by the looks of things, Ali.
He certainly seems to have the energy and the pizzazz for a place like Saudi Arabia, and to fly the flag not only on one side but also the other and bring people together. So we hope that will be the case, and all the best of luck to him and his counterparts.
Absolutely. Okay, we'll be back with you in just a moment. Thanks, Ali. Now, the Global Water Expo has just wrapped up in Riyadh. Well, that three-day event brought together some 300 exhibitors from more than 25 countries, offering an opportunity for new technology to be showcased and for knowledge to be exchanged. Well, sustainable water infrastructure is a key element of Vision 2030. And with that in mind, the National Water Company has announced 30 new water and sewage projects across Riyadh, valued at more than $500 million. Ali, thanks for standing by there. I mean, worth remembering when we talk about water in the context of Saudi Arabia, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is the country doesn't have any permanent year-round natural rivers or lakes, and it's obviously got very low rainfall as a country. And, you know, clearly that represents a pretty major challenge, doesn't it, for this scarce natural resource?
Of course, you know, without water, Tom, you can't scale industry, you can't scale food production, you can't scale urbanization. So, you know, as we've seen across the many different aspects of society and industry that are being developed in Saudi Arabia, the nation has taken due care to consider the different challenges and shortfalls. And there's some really interesting developments underway. I mean, you know, this has been an interesting event. I haven't had the opportunity to attend the expo, but it's brought together a sizable pool of delegates. But there's some very interesting pieces of work taking place in the likes of Inoa, for example, out of NEOM, which is quite heavily focused on innovating for water sustainability and sustainability in the use of other resources. And, you know, NEOM is quite a hotbed for innovation and experimentation, given it's a city that's being built truly from a blank piece of paper. But we will continue to see, as with many other developments, particular innovation in this area. But it is actually, you know, it's a significant area of focus within the national strategy. So it's really refreshing to see all these people come together and work together to solve this problem.
And obviously, desalination is something that, you know, not just Saudi Arabia, but quite a lot of countries in the Gulf region have really got good at, isn't it? I mean, it's clearly been a major priority, and I'm assuming, I'd love to get your opinion, I mean, it must be a key factor behind how so many countries in this region have thrived in what would otherwise be pretty arid conditions.
Well, I mean, of course, you know, it's the region is essentially a desert. So when you consider where the level of development is now and how cities are thriving and how urban infrastructure is being developed, and the sheer increase in population, you know, the number of tourists that come through, naturally, I mean, it's not a nice to have, it's a necessity. So innovation can be born out of two things, I believe, either vision or an ambition for a bigger future, or necessity. And in this case, I think it's both. So you've got the right ingredients for people to come together and solve the problem.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed for that. Ali Reza, Chief Investment Officer at Haytham & Company. Thank you for your contribution today. Well, thank you for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. Look forward to seeing you again next week. Do stay tuned, meanwhile, to our channel.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Oslo, one of the world's largest capital cities, Oslo. What's remarkable about the place is only 20% of the area has been developed, and the rest of it are parks, protected forests, hills, and lakes. Parks and open spaces are essential in Oslo's landscape, and they can easily be accessed from almost any point from the city. The center is very convenient, with trails and passages that connect to the public spaces and pedestrian-friendly areas. Just the same, amid its natural attractions, Oslo likewise boasts a rich cultural scene you should see. Among its famous landmarks are the sculptures of Gustav Vigeland. You can stroll through the town center to witness many of its historical structures. One of the popular attractions is the 1,000-year-old Viking ship. Get to know the Norwegian capital better by walking through the old neighborhoods in the Oslo Fjord. The districts are near the famous landmarks, such as the National Opera and Ballet Building, a testament to their rich culture. Then, of course, there's the popular Akershus Fortress. It offers great views of the harbors. Nearby, there is the Museum of the Norwegian Resistance and a chapel which houses the remains of the original medieval castle. You'll also see the weapons of the armed forces and find out about their defense groups. There's the Center of Government and Administration, the City Hall and Parliament. The City Hall is one of Oslo's greatest landmarks. It is enormously huge, with an imposing square building that's built of concrete faced with brick. One of the towers has the 38 bells that you can hear all the way to the harbor area. The hall is filled with sculptures and relics, and the interiors are magnificent too. It was built and designed by the most famous Norwegian artists. Parks and open spaces are the pride of Oslo, and one of the famous ones is the celebrated Vigeland Sculpture Park. You'll be amazed at its lush green grounds that are decorated with figures of bronze, granite, and forged iron. These figures represent human emotions from happiness to despair. A trip to the Big Døy Peninsula is also great for its historical background and fantastic scenery. You'll definitely marvel at how these were made in the eras back then. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World. Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Luxor, the famous city of Luxor, Egypt. On the outside, the city is admittedly not all that charming. So what is it that will make you visit the city, with its scorching hot weather and dust-choking streets? Dare to explore deeper into the sun and sand to find its hidden gems. Egyptian sites, monuments, tombs, and temples. Amid the ancient sites are modern attractions as well. First is the Temple of Karnak. It's a massive ancient site that has several different temples that are dedicated to specific gods. The hypostyle hall is a pinnacle part of this temple. The pillars, so grand, will make you feel like you're in the middle of a canyon with cliffs surrounding you. Visit this majestic place that will make you want to learn more about the ancient gods and their beliefs. Next is the Temple of Luxor, a rather easily accessible place right at the center of town. It was founded by Amenhotep III, but altered in later years by Tutankhamun, Horemheb, and Ramses II. The secret is to pay a visit at night, as you will see the illuminated yellow lights that paint nicely on the ruins and statues. It's a calm and curious place to sit by and hang out, or watch the people or little children playing. There's also the Luxor Museum, another breathtaking tourist spot. It houses some of the most important relics collected from temples and tombs around Luxor. The Valley of the Kings is also worth the trip. You can access it from across the Nile from Luxor. It's tucked beneath a barren mountain, and you'll see its top like a triangular pyramid. The valley is hollowed out like an anthill. Buried beneath it are some of the most legendary pharaohs of ancient Egypt. It is considered a sacred place that secures and ensures eternal life. You will surely be amazed at the relics, reliefs, hieroglyphics, and spells plastered on the walls and carved into the stones. Nearby is the Valley of the Queens. The place has been hailed as the resting place of royal family members and relatives. It is where princes, royal children, and of course, queens are represented. And then there's Deir al-Bahri. It is the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut, the only female pharaoh to rule Egypt. Its interiors are quite deteriorated, but the view of its facade, with its multiple terraces and colonnades, is impressive. Indeed, a visit to Luxor gives you a dose of heavy history and a culture you won't have in any other city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to this special episode of Counterpoints. I'm Melinda Nucifora. Israel is enduring arguably its most challenging period in recent history. One of its staunchest and perhaps most vocal allies during this time has been US Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee. Unlike many in his position, he's not afraid to speak openly and often boldly on issues that have become internationally divisive. So, Ambassador Huckabee, thank you very much for your time here on Counterpoints.
Melinda, it's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you for having me.
Let's launch straight into it. A lot of news is already breaking as we sit down for our interview. We know Israel has launched the first stage of its Gaza City ground offensive. President Trump has previously stopped short of openly endorsing this plan. He has said, though, that Hamas can't stay. Does the administration support Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's plan to take full control of Gaza City?
Well, the president has made it very clear that this is a decision the Israelis have to make. It's their future on the line. And they're also dealing with an issue that goes back to October the 7th, when they were overrun by the terrorists of Hamas, who massacred and slaughtered 1,200 of their civilians, and then took 250 people hostage. This has gone on for far too long because Hamas has been just stubborn in not wanting it to end. The president's message has been very clear and very consistent. Hamas can't stay. They have no role in the future of Gaza, and they need to let all of the hostages go. So that's consistent with his message to say that Israel has to do what Israel feels it has to do.
Given the alliance, though, between the US and Israel, it seems to an outsider that it would be unlikely that the Israeli government would go ahead with something that the US administration vehemently opposes. So by that extension, can we assume then that the Trump administration has somewhat endorsed this plan?
Well, I think the assumption is simply what I said, that the U.S. respects that Israel is the country that was attacked. It was their citizens who were slaughtered. And the U.S. position is we're not going to tell them how to not only defend themselves, but how to avenge the massacre of their people. So that's the president's position. He's not dictating to them what the parameters should be. He's saying to them, if this were the United States and we were attacked in this way, and by the way, the equivalent, if this had happened to us, it would have been, given the population differences, as if 40,000 Americans were massacred and mutilated and slaughtered. So I think the president understands that this is something that Israel and Israel alone has to come to terms with, and how they go about it, bringing an end to this extraordinarily long hostility and getting the hostages, all of them, home, is something that they and they alone are in the position to do.
Has the president recently, or yourself through the president, expressed concerns about civilian casualties for this ground operation?
Of course, there's always concern about that, and that's all the more reason that Hamas needs to give up. They need to realize they don't have a future. They're being told this by everyone. Let me add that they've been told this by a unanimous vote of the Arab League, which I thought was incredibly significant, and frankly, something that was very helpful. Because when the Arab League made their statement that all hostages, not some, all of them need to be released, and Hamas needs to demilitarize. That was incredibly significant. And I think the rest of the world looked at that with a real sense of appreciation to what the Arab League said and the manner in which they did it. It was an incredibly powerful moment.
You mentioned hostage families there. So let me ask you this. We've seen large protests throughout Israel from hostage families, people who say they want the hostages back now. They want the Israeli government to agree to a deal that would see all the hostages released. The hostage families say they're very concerned that this ground operation will result in their loved ones never making it out alive. What do you say to those hostage families?
I say that it's a concern that we all have. It's a concern that the Israeli government has. I don't know of anyone who has any desire for something to happen to the hostages that hasn't already happened to them. But what we do know, Melinda, is that a couple of weeks ago, Hamas released a video showing obviously starving hostages being forced to dig their own graves. This disgusting display of savage treatment of these hostages, I think, was part of what made the Israelis feel that they've got to do something more aggressive. The hostage families themselves, they're divided. Some believe that there should just be a complete end, no matter what the consequences, and even if Hamas stays. Others who feel and they understand that Hamas can't win or will have more October 7th, will have more families going through the hellish experience of their loved ones being taken hostage, tortured in captivity, without any understanding of when they'll be let go. So the unanimity is that everybody wants the hostages home. They want all of them living and deceased. How to get there? It's not something that everybody is on the same page with. And it's a very difficult decision. I don't envy those who have to decide the best course for how to get those hostages back.
Do you share some of the hostage families' concerns, though, that this operation in particular could put their loved ones in more danger?
It's a legitimate concern. I don't know that it's my place to share the concern or to take an opinion on what should be done. One thing I think everyone can agree on, the hostage families and those who believe in a very aggressive military action, that the hostages can't continue to survive under the treatment that we have witnessed by the videos that Hamas themselves have released. If that's the way they're being treated, one of my questions is, where's the International Red Cross? How come they're not demanding to see the hostages and to get proof of life? Why are they not demanding that the hostages get food? We're hearing a lot of pressure about Israel and whether they have the responsibility of feeding people in Gaza. But one thing we should all agree on is that the hostages should be fed. They're not there because they want to be. And then to force them to dig their own graves is just a disgusting display of savage behavior, uncivilized behavior.
Hamas has agreed to a ceasefire proposal that is effectively the same deal that Israel agreed to in July. With the launch of this ground operation in Gaza, has Israel effectively taken that off the table?
I don't know. I can't answer that. Israel may be waiting for Hamas to completely agree in writing, because Hamas has been very, very consistent in saying they're going to agree to something. And then when it gets down to the point of signing it, then they start adding things. They start demanding more things, and it blows up the deal. And it's why I believe Envoy Witkoff even showed his frustration with it. The Israelis have shown a frustration. Egypt, Jordan, everyone has shown a frustration with how Hamas handles this. Because even when they agree to something, they agree verbally, then they won't sign it. And then they change the terms. So I don't know if they have put their signatures on this, if they're serious about it. But one thing is clear. They're going to have to recognize their future is over in Gaza. They don't have one there.
President Trump has indicated that there is starvation in Gaza. He said, they look very hungry. This is real starvation stuff. Do you think that some changes need to be made to improve the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation to make it safer for civilians?
Well, actually, GHF is the one entity that's working. It's the UN process that has been a dismal failure. By their own numbers, 92% of their food gets looted or stolen. The reason people are hungry in Gaza is not because of GHF. They're getting that food and it's not being stolen. But the massive amounts of food that are supposedly being delivered by the UN are not getting there. And when Hamas steals it, Melinda, what they're doing, they're warehousing it, then they sell it on the black market. There's plenty of food that's gone into Gaza. But the tragedy is it's not getting to the people who are really hungry because Hamas has taken it, they're stealing it, they're selling it. They made $500 million last year selling food in the black market. I've been there, watched exactly in person what's going on with GHF, and that process really fulfills the conditions that President Trump gave us when this was set up. Get food to people who are hungry, but deliver it in a way that it cannot be stolen by Hamas. Now,
what about delivering it in a way that doesn't put civilians in danger? Because we are continuing to hear reports of alleged shooting by Israeli defense troops at those distribution sites.
Yeah, that's not happening, Melinda. I've been there and we get reports every single day. The IDF is accused of a lot of things, but when I talk to people in Gaza, the actual Gazans, here's what they told me. First of all, they love the U.S. That was nice to hear. They hate Hamas. Every single Gazan I spoke to had a family member that had been murdered by Hamas. They want Hamas to be gone forever. They don't want the PA, the PLO, or Fatah to have anything to do with their future. And interestingly, they did not express hate for the IDF. They recognized that there was a need for the presence of the IDF, who are, by the way, not at the feeding sites, but they do control the corridors that give people safe passage to the GHF sites, which are controlled by and secured by private American contractors. Every one of those people are all special ops U.S. veterans who are manning those sites. But this idea that people have been murdered en masse by the IDF is simply not true. And that's being perpetuated. That's a lie. And it's been pushed by Hamas, which I don't blame them for telling a lie. I do blame people for repeating it without any veracity to verifying it.
After being frozen for decades, Israel has given its approval for the construction of the controversial E1 area of the West Bank, that effectively is cutting off East Jerusalem from the West Bank. US administrations have historically opposed the E1 development. Does the current administration still hold that opposition?
We've not taken a position on that specific issue, but the Trump administration in its first term, and nothing has changed, has made it very clear that it is not a violation of international law for Israelis to live in Judea and Samaria. One of the reasons we're seeing the more aggressive decision to move into some of these areas is because it's in reaction to what the Europeans have done in concert with the Palestinian Authority, pushing for a unilateral recognition of a Palestinian state, pushing for this UN conference that's supposed to happen next month in New York at the UN. That has had a totally disastrous effect, not only on the tension in Judea and Samaria, but it's had a detrimental effect on resolving things in Gaza. So I don't know what the Europeans thought they were going to accomplish, but by their actions, they're accomplishing something that I don't think they wanted to do, and that is to essentially give a green light or encourage the Israelis to go ahead and take more pieces of Judea and Samaria, either by declaring sovereignty or annexation. I don't think that was their goal, but pushing for unilateral recognition of a Palestinian state without the cooperation and participation of Israel is a violation of Oslo. So if there's going to be this massive violation of the Oslo agreement, then I think people have to prepare for the consequences of that on both sides of the conflict.
In unveiling the plan, Israel's Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich said that, and I quote, "The Palestinian state is being erased from the table." In the US's mind, is a two-state solution dead?
Well, no one can explain exactly how it works. Where is the Palestinian state? What are the boundaries? What are the borders? Who leads it? Who governs it? Who elects their officials? Do they come into power by an election? They haven't had one in 20 years in the current configuration of their government. And so it's an aspirational thing to say we want a two-state solution. But if you ask specific questions, people can't answer them. And I just feel like that there's got to be some specifics put on the table for there to be any honest and realistic discussion of what a Palestinian state would look like. And quite frankly, in Israel right now, there's no appetite for it. October the 7th was a turning point. There were many Israelis who believed, and they spoke of their support for a two-state solution. But that pretty much was decimated by October the 7th. And it created an extraordinary sense of angst among Israeli citizens who saw the attack coming from the West. They don't want to end up with one coming from the East. And so they're going to put their security and their future first and foremost.
In a recent interview, you said that you don't think a Palestinian state remains a goal for the US. Can you elaborate on that?
I'm not seeing anyone, certainly haven't heard the president say that this is one of the most important things we've got to look for. I think he wants to see peace happen here. There are certain things that can be done that would be helpful toward peace. Unfortunately, every time we think we're working toward them and getting there, we see actions by the Europeans or the Palestinian Authority that completely disrupt it. And a good example is the Palestinian Authority has pushed for the unilateral recognition. It's had a backfiring effect. They continue to pay terrorist families for acts of terror against Israelis. That's counterproductive. It's very, very destructive toward resolving anything. And the textbooks continue to have curriculum that encourages very young children to grow up with a hatred toward Jewish people and a sense of belief that it is okay to commit violence against them if it helps to achieve their goals. These are all things that are not helpful to a long-term solution, whether it's a two-state or a one-state or a 10-state solution. That kind of activity has just been very hurtful.
So you think the bulk of the problem there lies on the Palestinian side, that they're the reason that a Palestinian state seems unattainable?
Well, for the present moment, I would say, by them going around the Oslo Agreement, by the fact that there was a Palestinian state, it was Gaza. It was a 100% Palestinian state. People see how that turned out. That did not exactly endear folks looking at it to say, yeah, that ought to work out really, really well. So there's going to have to be some time. It's not going to be something that is going to be on the table, but it's not the U.S. decision to make. The U.S. is going to be supportive of our allies. We're going to be supportive of peace. The president wants there to be a peaceful resolution. And I think he's demonstrating that by his actions, not just in the Middle East, but across the globe right now, specifically in Russia-Ukraine conflict. So I would hope that some of these European leaders would reassess their actions and decide that maybe they need to take a different approach. Stop putting so much pressure on how Israel is defending itself against Hamas, and start putting the pressure on radical military actions that were intended to kill Jewish people.
US Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate your contribution here on Counterpoints. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. It's been a pleasure to visit with you.
All our allies. Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Israel targets Hamas leaders in Qatar after the group takes responsibility for the Jerusalem shooting, but a Hamas official says its senior leaders survived. The White House denies links to the Jeffrey Epstein drawing as the sex trafficker's birthday book files are made public. And Nepal's Prime Minister resigns as deadly protests and unrest grip the capital. Now, a Hamas official says its senior leaders survived a targeted attack by Israel in Doha during ceasefire negotiations. Israeli media say collective heads Khalil al-Hayya and Zaher Jabrin are among those hit. While speaking at a news conference after the strikes, Netanyahu said that the war in Gaza can be ended immediately if US President Donald Trump's peace proposal is accepted. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Michael, let's start with you. So we've had a lot of developments on the story today, coming in thick and fast, hours after that strike we saw on Doha. I mean, what is the situation right now? Where does this leave us? You know, were these strikes inevitably going to happen? Now what's the situation on the international stage?
You know, we've had a couple of senior Israeli ministers talk about I would say from the beginning of the year, talking about how they are not just going after Hamas leadership in Gaza, but they know that there will be Hamas leadership, in different parts of the world. And they're prepared to target them. Now, that was strong language, and maybe we should have taken it more seriously. But the thought that there would have been an attack like this, on the mediating host country, they were asked in 2011 by the U.S. to play host to Hamas. And for them to be attacked, you wouldn't have thought that that's something that Israel would have done. But now it becomes, I've heard one analyst say, I think rightly so, and fairly, that Israel has become a bit of a destabilizing actor in the region. And since October 7th, you could easily come up, there are 5 countries, right, that Israel has attacked. So, of course, there's Iran, and then there's Yemen, and now Qatar, and then Syria and Lebanon, and then, of course, Gaza. And you wonder, at what point does Israel either put a rein on themselves and change their course of action, or we know the only man who can do it is Donald Trump. At what point does he come in and say to the Israelis, enough, this has to happen? And until that conversation takes place, I think that Israel will continue to do what Israel thinks is best for Israel.
think we reached enough quite a while ago as well, didn't we? The line just keeps getting moved further and further. Yeah.
Absolutely, it does, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You know, the international community will speak about how they condemn it, but until there are concrete actions to actually hit Israel where it hurts, economically, for instance, the trade issue, of course, boycotting Israel products, some of these issues that have been bubbling under the surface that are traditionally thought of as a little bit too outside the conventional box, maybe some of those conversations have to take place.
Yeah. But what is also interesting is, you know, Netanyahu pretty much confirmed that they had, you know, orchestrated this attack as soon as it did happen in Doha, and we got those forced reports of a strike happening. And he has said Israel has delivered a great blows to the axis of evil. So Israel clearly not changing their stance when it comes to Hamas, and they have stuck to this since the October the 7th attack. But Gemma, Qatar has condemned the attacks today, and much of the world has too, in many ways.
Yeah, do you know what? I've not heard "Axis of Evil" for like a long time. That's like an old school kind of soundbite, right?
It is.
Yeah, so Qatar has strongly condemned what it calls a cowardly attack and a criminal assault, one which constitutes a blatant violation of all international laws and norms. And that is a recurring theme, as we'll see throughout what so many countries have said. This is against international law, what they've done. So, a spokesman for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has said, while the state of Qatar strongly condemns this assault, it confirms that it will not tolerate this reckless Israeli behaviour and the ongoing disruption of regional security, nor any act that targets its security and sovereignty. So, they've got their investigations underway, of course. Now, several Arab nations have also come out in support of Qatar. We have Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Jordan and Oman, Kuwait, Turkey and the Arab League also. I feel that the region has never been more united. It's just a shame that they had to be united behind something like this. Also, the UN called it a flagrant violation of Doha's sovereignty and praised Qatar, as we said, for its role so far in hosting negotiations. And yeah, I mean, what we're seeing is the building, you know, like destroyed. So there's so much. There's so much that the region has come together behind Qatar, but the strength of feeling, I think, is quite surprising. I knew there would be a lot, but there has been much more than I thought.
And, you know, it's not just the countries you named there. We're also seeing European countries.
Europe, yeah.
You know, we've seen Germany. They've come out and condemned it. France have come out and condemned it. The UK have come out and condemned Israel's strike on Qatar today. And I think that, as you did say, there seems to be this unity, and Israel is almost being more and more shut out, as what you were saying, Michael, you know, almost becoming destabilizing, and other countries are now actually saying, okay, united, we say the same thing and we condemn these attacks more. But the US is a big player in this, and we obviously can't forget that. We did hear from the White House today. Caroline Leavitt did come out and she did speak. And I thought her language was quite interesting in what they said. You know, Witkoff was told to inform Qataris of a pending attack. They found out just before the attack was due to happen. And then obviously Israel came out early and said, no, the US had given us the green light. But then language seemed to change in that press conference. The US seemed to say, oh, no, we're more distant from this and we're really upset it happened on Qatar's soil. It's something we didn't want to happen. We did inform them. So it seems to be what's happening in that situation.
And Netanyahu backed that up as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
This is our sole responsibility. No one else is involved. So you wonder what communication went on there for him to come out and say that as well.
I think it puts the U.S. in an incredibly difficult position because they have two allies. They need to protect the Qataris and their largest Air Force base in the region. In fact, their largest military base in the Middle East is in Qatar. Which begs the question, what are they doing there if not to protect the country and its assets? But that's a question for another day. And then, of course, the U.S. is also a very strong ally, arguably Israel's strongest ally, and you have one ally attacking another ally. And of course, we also know that it was the Qataris who had given Donald Trump the jet this year as well. So Donald Trump is stuck in a very difficult position where he needs to defend the actions of the Israelis, and he also has to somehow placate the irritation of the Qataris, rightly so, all because, and the Qataris can say this, you asked us to host, Hamas back in 2011 when Barack Obama was president. And now this has come back to backfire on us. And the whole reason Hamas is here is so that the negotiating process can actually be more effective and smoother.
So I hear what you're saying, but Israel's argument to that, and I did speak to a former Israeli MP earlier today, and their argument to that is the fact that Qatar have been funding the Hamas war machine. And that's something that Benjamin Netanyahu also said in his speech today. But
So I would say, pardon me for interrupting you, I would say Israel will say many of these things, much like when they kill journalists, but they don't have the evidence. They never put the proof forward so that the public can properly disseminate and then say, oh, yes, actually what Israel is saying is true. They'll just come out with the accusation and then they'll leave it there.
But actually, it's quite interesting if we talk about, what's going to stop Netanyahu in many ways and rein him in, because earlier I spoke to Errol Moorcoach, spokesperson for Republicans overseas and defense intelligence expert. I asked him whether or not the strike dilutes Trump's influence over Netanyahu or if Trump is the only one that can actually change his mind. Take a listen.
I think you're absolutely correct in saying that Donald Trump is the only person left who can talk to Bibi Netanyahu. He's the only person who understands perhaps how to deal with somebody like him, and as well, he's the only person who's willing to use the power of the U.S. purse strings and the power of the office in a way that has opposed him before. And while everybody sometimes thinks that Donald Trump is playing to Netanyahu's fiddle, very much Bibi Netanyahu aligns his interests with the general U.S. strategic alliance, and then very conveniently is included in that situation. So going forward, I think the only person who can stop this catastrophe from getting worse is Donald Trump. He's the only person who has that humanitarian spirit inside of him there. I don't think anybody else in the region is committed to lives and just in the concept of lives. Obviously, Bibi Netanyahu has his own goals and own tangible goals that aren't aligning, I don't think, with the U.S. strategic interest. And as much as Israel is an independent country, they are in many ways a vassal state of the U.S. hegemonic empire. Without the U.S. Navy, there is no Israel. In 6 months, the country functionally would not be there. It cannot defend itself without the United States, which gives the United States a tremendous amount of leverage in these negotiations.
So, Gemma, I think that's a question that many people have been asking. Who really holds the cards in this relationship between Israel and the U.S.? Errol made it clear there it was the U.S., but the next 24 hours are pretty crucial in this situation.
Well, we're not seeing this, are we, really, I don't think? We're not seeing that the U.S. is a nation that holds all the cards in this situation. Otherwise, would this even have happened if they were in charge of the whole thing? I think Trump, as well, has got so much else going on, with Ukraine, with what's happening domestically as well, with the Epstein files. There is just so many demands on his attention right now. You have to wonder if, his focus is divided.
And I think that is a really fair point, isn't it? Because Donald Trump has desperately been trying to push for the ceasefire. And I don't think any of us can argue that any other way. But it's been a lot more difficult than I think was ever previously thought. And on Sunday, many of us thought a ceasefire was actually pretty close, Michael.
Yeah, and Donald Trump came out and he seemed to be optimistic on Sunday that there was a deal that he thought was going to actually come true. Hamas had given indications that they were interested in signing. They were, I think, getting pressure from the Turkish delegation as well as the Qatari delegation and the U.S. And so I think that they started to see that not only is the situation in Gaza terrible, but the pressure now is being placed on the leadership. You have to sort of sort this out as soon as possible. But I think the bigger issue right now for the U.S. is what message does this send to the other allies in the Gulf when maybe the security concerns or the security guarantees that the U.S. would have, are those still going to stand if Israel decides to attack another U.S. ally? You know, Anwar Gargash, who is an advisor to the UAE president, as well as the UAE foreign minister, Sheikh Abdullah, both came out very strongly condemning this. And the UAE has diplomatic relations with Israel.
And I think this is a lot of concern. Many people are asking that question, Michael. And also, what does this mean for the Abraham Accords? Something that was worked on, that was really trying to get relations normalised in the region, and where does this all stand now? And I think these are the big questions that a lot of people are asking themselves, and what the answers are, and of course what the answer is for the people in Gaza. Because, you know, we know the Gaza City offensive is imminent, and it seems to be that we've got more questions than we have answers at the moment, but thank you so much for your analysis on that. Let's move on to another story. And files from a Jeffrey Epstein birthday book have been released, showing a number of tributes to the late sex trafficker. The documents include a hand-drawn picture signed by Donald. Addressing the image on X, the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt said the president did not draw this picture, nor did he sign it. You mentioned the Epstein files there, something that's just not going away, is it, Gemma? But what do these documents reveal? And why now? Why are we seeing the birthday book essentially being released?
Yeah, we're seeing them now because last month the House Oversight Committee, they issued a legal summons to the Epstein estate to hand over much more documentation, and the lawyers sent these documents. So they are redacted still. You know, there are certain names that are blurred out, blackened out. There are faces that have been, you know, blackened out as well. So they're still not the full documents, but, you know, it's what people have been asking for. This is the birthday book. It was compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell and given to Epstein on his 50th birthday, and it's a collection of messages from friends, acquaintances, people that he knew. Obviously, Trump allegedly offered this message that has gone in the book. The final line of it, which says, a pal is a wonderful thing, happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret, which is quite an intriguing thing to write, irrespective of who's written it. Why would a day be a wonderful secret? Also, you have Lord Mandelson, who is the current UK ambassador to Washington. He's been in politics for a very long time. And he called Mandelson, allegedly called Epstein, his best pal, in a note that was allegedly written by him, called him mysterious as well, this mysterious man who parachuted into my life. Bill Clinton, a message allegedly from Bill Clinton, noted Epstein's childlike curiosity and drive to make a difference. Now, what's been most interesting, and people, I think, were looking out for this, there's no apparent messages from Prince Andrew, who would obviously have been, you know, he's been such a focal point of anything to do with Jeffrey Epstein. But there are entries from an unidentified woman in the book who thanked Epstein for meeting the Prince, Bill Clinton and Trump, and said that thanks to him she had seen the private quarters of Buckingham Palace and sat on the Queen of England's throne. So the tentacles of this book keep getting further and further, and their reach is quite extraordinary.
It's absolutely extraordinary. It's absolutely fascinating, this Epstein files. It doesn't seem to be going away, as you said. And, you know, Lord Mandelson, of course, part of the British government, it's now transatlantic. You know, this whole situation is taking us to places I'm sure none of us ever believed we could go. Donald Trump, though, the political fallout so far is them just flatly denying it, and we know that he's saying absolutely didn't write this birthday card that was in this book, and it's been denial. What next, really? Is this sort of the dripping tap?
Yes, it is the dripping tap, and it's a nice analogy. And you have the estate, which could release more files. You have the lawyer who's representing the more than 200 victims who could come forward and say whatever they're going to say. And they may get sued as a result, but they may take that chance. You have the Democrats who are demanding more information from the Attorney General. You also have certain Republican MAGA politicians who are also demanding, Marjorie Taylor Greene is one, who are very much saying release, release, release. And there are it's not as though it's one tap that's dripping, right? All your taps in your house are dripping nonstop. And this is the issue that Donald Trump has to somehow, it's as though he has one pan and he has to go under each one and catch each drop. And it's an impossible task.
But also, I think there has to be an argument here, and some people would say this, yes, they are the victims. But also, is it trial by media for some of these people who've been named in the birthday book? You mentioned, allegedly, Bill Clinton, Lord Mandelson, Donald Trump, some very high-profile names. We actually are looking at it from a lens of, Jeffrey Epstein was a convicted sex trafficker. But not everyone who knew him, it's fair to say, was involved in anything lewd or sordid or knew about anything. So I think even the media, in some respects, has to be a little bit careful when people, have this trial by media, they're guilty, but they actually haven't faced any trial.
So I'm going to go ahead, and I'm sorry. While I remember, I think what's important, PR 101, get ahead of the story, own the narrative. And if that's the case, and XYZ knows that he had a relationship with Epstein, and he knows his or her name is probably in the book, why not come out? Which is another area, another line of offense that Donald Trump might have to defend against if some people come out and start saying, I actually did have a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I invested a lot of money with him through his ties with JP Morgan, and we made a lot of money, but I never went to the island. I never was on his plane. Or I was on his plane, but I was traveling to Europe. This is, I think, it's a little bit surprising that Bill Clinton hasn't come out, that Bill Gates hasn't come out, that some of these other people who are huge names haven't come out. And it just begs the question, why?
Yeah.
And that's where I think the mega base and the conspiracy theorists get incredibly upset.
Did they think as well, like Trump seemed to think, that it would just go away if they all kept very quiet about it?
Well, I think a lot of people thought, especially in Hollywood movies, right, when that main guy who is the kingpin dies, everybody thinks it'll go away. And hopefully the little black book, which was one of the documents that was turned over, this was an address book, contact book, that was almost stretching 30 years. And the names that would have been in that, I'm sure we would have known many of them. And I think most people would have thought, oh, he's dead, it's over, and thank goodness I've dodged that bullet, we can move on.
Yeah. I think with your point about trial by media as well, oftentimes that's the only trial that victims get. They sometimes, if they don't get their day in court, the very fact that they can see that there are repercussions and there are consequences, then that means a lot to them. So, yeah, they don't have the voice or the platform that the rich and powerful do.
Yeah, and I think that's been a big talking point throughout this, the establishment against the victims. And I think this will carry on being a huge conversation. But, there is a lot of argument that Donald Trump said he would release the Epstein files when he was campaigning to become president, and that still hasn't happened. And that's something his MAGA base do really want. I don't think that's a story we'll stop discussing somehow. Thanks for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And Nepal's Prime Minister, KP Sharma Oli, has stepped down amid massive street protests in the country's capital. The former leader says he hopes his resignation will help resolve unrest. Yesterday, security forces fired on demonstrators, killing at least 19, while Kathmandu International Airport is now closed due to the violence. Patrick Falk reports.
In Nepal's capital of Kathmandu, the unrest continued, with protesters setting tyres alight to block traffic. Anger against the government showed no signs of abating following deadly clashes with police the day before. Demonstrators marched, chanting slogans in defiance of a curfew imposed on several districts. Once again, clashes erupted with the police, with people hurling stones at them. They responded by firing tear gas. Still, the protesters refused to back off. Once this government resigns, this man says, today's movement will gradually come to an end. Under increasing pressure, that's precisely what happened. With the situation spiraling, KP Sharma Oli stepped down, saying he did so to bring an end to the crisis. He took over as Nepal's leader in July last year, his fourth time in office with the backing of the Nepali Congress Party. The protests were triggered by a social media ban imposed last week. It followed a campaign shining a light on the lavish lifestyles of politicians' children and allegations of corruption. Late on Monday, authorities rolled back the restrictions in response to the backlash. But it failed to quell the demonstrations. The Prime Minister's resignation plunges the poverty-stricken Himalayan country into fresh political uncertainty. And protesters still don't appear to be ready to let up. Here, they're seen setting ablaze the homes of other ministers. Reports say the residences of several high-profile politicians came under attack. Meanwhile, the army has posted an appeal on social media, asking people to exercise restraint. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Michael, we can't deny the pictures we've just seen in Patrick Falk's report there are absolutely shocking. But is there any sort of sign of these protests easing? And we do know that protesters obviously lost their lives.
You know, whenever you see security forces with batons and shields running away from the crowds, you know it's a bad situation. And that's a lot of what we saw over the last 24 hours. I don't think that there's any sign or indication that things are going to slow down. The reason is it's systemic corruption that's at the heart of it. The social media ban, that was, I think, what triggered a lot of it. But there are too many issues that have affected too many people for far too long. Unemployment is far too high. It's at about 12%.
And the corruption.
And the corruption. And you know, one government leaves and the new government comes in and they play the game to keep themselves in power for as long as possible, but nothing has really changed. It's the cliche that gets leveled at a lot of governments around the world, which is they're just doing what they can to maintain the status quo as long as they're part of the status quo.
And you know, Gemma is a Nepalese lady who works here at Al Arabiya with us, and yesterday she was very upset, and I was talking to her about the situation that's happening in Kathmandu where her family is, and she was beside herself because she hadn't actually been able to be in touch with her parents for nearly a month, because that's how people keep in touch with their families. It's through social media. It's through the likes of Facebook, Snapchat, WhatsApp. And for that to all be shut down and for people to be completely isolated from their families abroad. And, you know, does this protest go beyond social media? And, you know, will things actually change in time?
Yeah, it goes way beyond social media. And as you've pointed out, social media isn't just posting pictures, you know, of your lunch for people to like. It's communicating, it's gathering, it's bringing people together, it's exchanging information, it's families staying in contact. As you said, unemployment plays a massive factor here, especially among young people, 15 to 24. That's at 20.8%. Also, migration, they're seeing that there's a brain drain in the country because people have to go abroad in order to earn money to send back. And what's interesting is that remittances counts for a third of Nepal's GDP.
That's huge.
Nepo kids as well. There's a lot of anger in the country about the children of politicians and powerful people in the country who have been on social media showing off their wealth, showing off their holidays, showing off what they've bought. And there's a feeling that they are using money that's been given to them through ill-gotten gains. So Nepo kids has been trending quite a lot across the region. And the corruption, systemic corruption, as you said, that just doesn't seem to change government after government.
And I think a lot of people feel like we're in Nepal, we're paying taxes, and our taxes is not actually going to bettering the country. It's going to line the pockets of those who are already in power. But thank you so much for your thoughts on those protests there in Nepal. Let's move on to another story now. And the number of sick days taken by workers in the UK has reached its highest level for 15 years. A survey also found that employees have taken almost 2 full working weeks of sick over the past 12 months. Gemma, you know, why has sickness leave reached an all-time high? And I mean, should any of us be surprised at all by these statistics?
This is interesting. So pre-pandemic, the average sick leave was just over a week in the UK.
Yes.
Now, in the last 12 months, it's almost 2 weeks. It's basically doubled in about sort of 5 years, which is crazy. I'm not surprised at all. The world is changing rapidly. We have a rise in long-term health conditions, you know, whether diagnosed by a doctor or self-diagnosed. We have an ageing workforce. We have an increase in awareness and a prioritising of mental health, which we didn't have before. You know, there's much more conversations. People take mental health days. If they're feeling stressed or overworked, they'll speak up about it and they will take some time out for themselves. I think as well, obviously, everyone worked in offices pre-COVID. Then COVID came along. Then it was all working from home. And then the government and business were like, no, we're done with that. Everyone back to work. The chopping and changing over the past few years would really take a toll on anyone, I think.
But I also think it's interesting because we talk about sick leave and mental health, but we also have to think about the UK's fragile productivity. You know, people going into the workforce helps the economy, and that's something we can't forget. And the productivity and the GDP, it plays into all the main data points and economic, you know, points and within the country. And the former Marks and Spencer's boss has actually come out and he said the country is on the edge of a crisis. He argues that Britain risks losing its culture of workplace resilience. Michael says we have arrived in a situation in Britain today where there is effectively no obligation to go to work. Do you agree?
I've never lived in the UK, so I can't...
Very diplomatic, yes.
I can't argue specifically against what he has said. But I do think that the majority of people around the world who are not the bosses, but part of the rank and file and proud to be there, recognize that there are so many jobs and they have so many different responsibilities in their job, and they know they can do it from home. And while I certainly agree that the economy of a city is dependent upon there being people in the city going to the office, I don't think that most people are too concerned about that. They're concerned about their mental health or their physical health, or they're quite frankly concerned about their comfort or the responsibilities that they have at home for their dogs or for their children or for whatever it is that keeps them in their house.
So I just want to ask a question. We're talking about mental health and, you know, people taking time off work due to stress and mental health days, because we are far more aware of the effects of mental health and stress on our body. But don't you think going home and working from home in a house on your own, possibly, is actually worse for your mental health? Is it not better to be in a workforce, learning by osmosis, asking questions, having those face-to-face meetings, those water cooler chats that are so important?
So I think, yes, in an ideal work environment, but we are 3 adults. How many ideal work environments have you been in? And I think that that's true for a lot of people, which is, some have been really good, some have been really bad. And if you're stuck in a really bad one right now, but you need the job and you can't find the new one, and the company is flexible enough that they maybe allow you a work from home day and maybe you get a couple of sick days or mental health days during the course of a month, you're able to stretch these things out. So the work itself gets done, but it also gets done a little bit more on your terms so that you feel comfortable. What I've seen with a lot of the younger generation now is that they'll be comfortable doing the best they can in 40 hours during the course of a week, 45 hours, whatever it might be. But that's it. Whereas I think certainly my generation, and you guys are a different generation, your generation would feel a certain amount of pride in going that extra step to make sure that you, because part of how we all identify ourselves is through a successful career. I don't know that the younger generation sees it that way.
No, and I think the Lord that you quoted, the former chairman of...
the former Marks and Spencer boss, Lord Stuart Rose,
said that they're losing a work culture, but maybe it's just changing, and he doesn't understand that nowadays you have no job security, you have the gig economy where young people are working 2 or 3 jobs just to stay afloat, you have the cost of living, and a lord is going to live a very different life to someone, sort of ground level, working, these temporary jobs, so...
Yes, but I do think that at the end of the pandemic, remember, there was a massive push to get everyone back into the offices, really, for the economies of those cities. And so many people did push back, and they said, actually, we want more flexibility. We prioritise our family. You know, we prioritise our kids. We want to be part of that life. So maybe you're completely right, Gemma.
But flexibility is great, but it just seems it has to be one or the other. You know, you're either in the office 5 days a week or, you're at home. But people do want that flexibility. Well, a couple of days a week, or the time to take their children to school and be at home when the children come home from school.
Flexible working has been very successful in many companies that have adopted it.
One of the things that I learned in the position that I was in during COVID is that people have different work rhythms.
Yes.
Partly because they have responsibilities at home, but also because we're not all designed to do 9 to 5. Some people like to go to bed at 3 in the morning, and they feel they're most productive on a Saturday at 8 p.m. As long as the project gets done by the deadline, then people should have the flexibility to work wherever they are. And to our Marks and Spencer boss, I would say he's of a generation that sees it either you're at home slacking off or you're in the office. And what needs to happen, and my kids are going to be 29 tomorrow, and I've had this conversation with them, and I've said, we won't learn the work from home benefits from COVID until you guys are in managerial positions where you can make decisions, because you will then start to think outside the box. And that, I think, is part of the issue, is too many of the old white guys are in charge, and they say it's either you're unemployed or you're in the office. And there has to be a different way, and we need people who are prepared to think outside the box.
It's going to be really interesting, as you say, when the generation who are like your sons are then in a managerial position. But I just want to say one thing. My attendance record at school was always 100%, because Vanessa Gerrans, a.k.a. my mother, did not believe in sick days. So I think her and Lord Stuart Ross might have something in common.
They'd have got on very well.
Now, it's that time of the show where Michael and Gemma have chosen their stories of the day, so the quirky stories. And Michael, yours is all about the Murdochs and this big media mogul family. We all know about Rupert Murdoch. Finally, a deal over the empire.
So this one is definitely not a quirky one, but it is incredibly interesting. Now, some will say that it's the inspiration for the TV series Succession. I'm not going to comment on that because I never watched that. But I do know that this drama has been playing out in courts in Nevada for a long time. Rupert Murdoch, 94 years old, is well aware that he has probably not too many days left. He is wanting to protect his legacy. And part of that legacy is not just the titles that he owns and the titles that he's created, but it's also the right-leaning editorial strategy that he obviously believes in. His 4 oldest children were part of a trust, and they all had equal voting shares when it came to making decisions. Now, the heir apparent, Lachlan, is somebody who Rupert Murdoch sees as the one who probably comes closest to what he wants for his empire once he's gone. The other 3 are maybe not as conservative as he is. So what's been going on over these many years is trying to break a family trust that, quite frankly, could not be broken. And so they've finally come to an agreement where the 3 other children, 3 of the 4 oldest children, Lachlan will stay in charge, they are being bought out at the tune of about $1.5 billion each.
Can I tell you what? I think I'd be happy to be the other three. You take the $1.5 billion, you don't have the stress of running an empire.
You could be bought out.
You can just be bought out.
It's a shame Succession is finished because they've definitely got their next season right there.
Yeah, right
Maybe
there.
a reboot.
Yeah.
I never watched Succession either, I must admit, but I think it's really interesting. And as you say, you know, Rupert Murdoch, 94, he never ever shows any signs of slowing down, does he, in many respects? But that's a really interesting take on all of it. And Gemma, yours is about a man who's been nicknamed Thor.
The British
Yes,
Thor, yeah.
I was wondering if a picture was going to pop up of him on the screen, only because if you see him, you'll see why, basically. And he's basically broken a record for swimming around Iceland.
Yes.
I mean, I just don't know why people do this.
Well, he's an ultra-marathon swimmer.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
yes.
anyone who has ultra in their job title, you
concerning.
know they're doing crazy stuff.
Yeah.
He has spent the past 4 months swimming 1,000 miles around Iceland. He was swimming 18 miles a day, that's 30 kilometres a day. He was consuming between 10,000 and 15,000 calories a day, eating pasta and Icelandic licorice, which I'm not sure, you know, what Icelandic licorice is, but it was helping him gain all this weight. And he had to gain 15 kilos of
That's gaining all this weight?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'd
when
like
you're
to,
the British
I'd like to
Thor,
look like that,
yeah,
gaining all this weight.
Yeah. He said he was inspired by orcas. Obviously, their blubber is what protects them, keeps them warm, and so he wanted to create his own blubber.
That's blubber.
He looks good on it, though.
He looks great on it, yes.
But one of the most interesting things about this is that parts of his tongue fell out whilst he was doing this because of the constant, relentless wash of salt water through his mouth. Ooh. So he has gone in the Guinness Book of Records, but he is missing parts of his tongue.
That is so... I mean, I wonder if your tongue grows back or if it
I don't
heals.
think your tongue does grow. It heals very quickly.
Does it?
Yes, but once a chunk is gone,
it's gone.
It's not regenerating.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Ross Edgley. I mean, why not? You know, lose half your tongue, swim around Iceland, put on some blubber.
Yeah.
You know, we'd all like to eat pasta.
That would be great, but we're not swimming, 30 kilometres a day to kind of.
And you know, I always think that if you swim in a pool or still water, or even in a dam, essentially, it's much easier. You get into the sea and it's those elements, isn't it? It's the choppiness, it's the tide, it's the waves, it's just the
And he was visited by pods of orcas. Now, that would have terrified me, but he said he wanted to show that they're not, you know... They're not that dangerous to humans, but I'm glad that he went and did that.
Was Free Willy an orca?
Yes.
There we are. OK, well, thanks to our guest today, Michael Jabri-Pickett, the managing director of This Is Dubai, and columnist Gemma White. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. GNT with Michal Prendergast will be coming up next. Goodbye, and thank you for joining us.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
A public crime emergency or a manufactured crisis. Sending the National Guard into American cities is a hot partisan flashpoint. Democrats say it's just one example of presidential overreach. Republicans insist it's entirely appropriate. Is the separation of powers under threat? That debate coming up on Counterpoints.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today with me, Micheál Prendergast. Coming up in today's show, he's been called outspoken, even controversial, and even courageous. It's Dr. Massim Al-Hotra, the cardiologist and advisor to US Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He's made global headlines after suggesting a link between COVID vaccines and rising cancer cases, including those within the UK royal family. He joins me to explain what he said and to respond to the backlash. Thank you so much for your time, Massim. You've made a lot of global headlines over the past few days after your speech at Reform UK's conference, a party led by Nigel Farage, who are currently flying high in the polls at the UK at the moment. In a speech, you quoted Angus Dalgleish, a leading oncologist, who said, "It's highly likely that the COVID vaccines have been a factor, a significant factor, in the cancers of the members of the royal family." What has been your response to the backlash?
Thank you for having me on, Micheál. So I think the first thing to mention is that the reason that came up is my talk was about how to make Britain healthy again. And the ultimate conclusion is that we will not solve the healthcare crisis until we correct commercial distortions of the scientific evidence. And leading people to that ultimate quote was based upon the fact that the highest level of evidence revealed more harm than good from the COVID mRNA vaccines. And this is the reason why in America recently, Robert Kennedy Jr. and the US administration have cancelled $500 million worth of investments into mRNA technology for vaccines. The chief medical officer within HHS, Stephen Hatfield, in an interview regarding the analysis that led to that decision, mentioned the fact that the mRNA vaccine is having lots of really detrimental effects on the body, short, medium, long term, including interfering with tumor suppressor genes. So for a doctor hearing that, automatically what that means is there is a suggestion from that one of the reasons that they have decided to stop this technology investment is because it may be causing cancer. And that really replicates it for quite some time now, at least a year or two. Professor Angus Dalgleish, who is one of Britain's most published and eminent oncologists, he was behind the original discovery that CD4 cells were involved in HIV. He's also an immunology background. He's very unique. He has been talking about the fact that, certainly from an observation to start with, in many of his patients who've had cancer, who went into remission, almost all of them who had boosters were having relapses. And he then discovered there were many different mechanisms of harm, which are well published in the literature now, of potential mechanisms of how the mRNA technology can cause cancer. He said that many of his colleagues around the world in many different countries are seeing the same thing. So you've got published evidence, you've got mechanism of harm, we've got clearly people are aware that there has been an increase, certainly in many countries that are highly vaccinated, in cancer incidence in young people in particular. So I felt that it was important to mention this, and he asked me specifically to say that he felt, given the fact that, the whole world is still quite shocked with the fact that several members of the royal family, although I didn't name them, but you know who they are, have developed cancer, which seemed out of keeping with what you would expect their health to be, especially some of the younger members of the family. So that was important for me to mention because that was part of the reason why they banned the technology in the USA. And of course, one of my roles is advising MAHA Action, and I have a long-standing, professional and friendly relationships with Robert Kennedy Jr., Jay Bhattacharya, head of NIH, senior scientists in NIH, people at HHS, FDA. I'm in constant, regular communication with these people. So that was the reason for making that statement.
Wes Streeting, who is the Health Secretary in the UK, he called it shockingly irresponsible for Reform to allow you to speak at their conference. How do you respond?
It's interesting. Wes Streeting, I think he said something around the use of the word of poisonous lies, which of course is defamatory, and unfortunate that he would say that. To give him the benefit of the doubt, there's actually an interesting historical incident that there are parallels with Wes Streeting's comment, which is, of course, that he didn't say that he'd seen my whole speech. He was responding to a media reaction. So I can almost certainly guarantee you that Wes Streeting has not even heard the talk, which is unfortunate for him to then make such a comment. But a few years ago, in 2019, the Mail on Sunday did what could only be described at that point as a real hatchet job on myself and two other scientists, one a GP, the one a nutrition scientist, Zoe Harcum, was a nutrition scientist, and Dr. Malcolm Kendrick, and myself, where we were accused in the newspaper of spreading deadly propaganda around statins, cholesterol-lowering drug. And ultimately, there was a libel claim brought by Zoe Harcum and Malcolm. I decided not to get involved for a number of reasons. My mum had just died. I didn't think it was worth it. I wanted to carry on my campaigning and just take it on the chin. But the editorial in that newspaper said there's a place belongs in hell for doctors who say statins don't work. Not that we ever said that, so this is also misleading. But what made the headlines is that Matt Hancock, who was Secretary of State for Health at the time, he had been used clearly by the Mail on Sunday to say that essentially there's no place in the NHS for people like these or these lies, which is almost similar to what Wes Streeting said, which is quite interesting. Now, what emerged in the case is that Matt Hancock, I had met him a week earlier in Parliament when I went there to give a talk about how type 2 diabetes can be put into remission through a low carbohydrate diet. I gave him a copy of my book, The Piopi Diet. I had a good rapport with him. And as soon as his story came out, I messaged Matt and I said, Matt, I said, what's going on here, this story? And he said, Asim, I had no idea they were referring to you. So think about that for a second, Michal. The Mail on Sunday had basically gone to Matt Hancock, hadn't named who these people were, probably said something which was taken out of context. He responded to something which was misleading. And then that becomes the story where we are then essentially libeled. And they won the case. And it was reported in the BMJ last year that Zoe Harcum and Malcolm Kendrick won that libel case. So this is a warning, by the way, to all journalists who are watching this, who have been involved in this particular situation, what can go wrong. And this is what I see has happened with Wes Streeting. It's an unfortunate comment. But the bigger issue is this, Michal. We have a massive problem right now of what I describe as a pandemic of vaccine injured, based upon best available evidence, that has been analyzed by independent scientists. I mean that independent drug industry influence. And that has also, played out in the United States with this recent directive, which I mentioned earlier on the mRNA. And this is not going away. And to attack those who are exposing this with good evidence in a measured way and mislabel them and smear them, what it does is it undermines the credibility in the media that are doing this, the legacy media, which is already on the way down, right? And this isn't good. We don't want legacy media to lose trust. We want good journalism. This is one of the main reasons, in my view, there's been a big rise in alt media, is because people ultimately see through this, and that alt media then has a bigger influence. And certainly when it comes to the US election, I have no doubt that the likes of Joe Rogan and Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson, Russell Brand, the people who have been giving people a more complete picture through their platforms, that has made people lose trust as well, contributed to further loss of trust in the legacy media because people are seeing greater truth. And that ultimately helps influence win Donald Trump the election by the margin that he won it by, because Robert Kennedy Jr. joined him. So I don't think this is a good thing because it creates more distrust in the establishment. And also one of the things that has, I've been accused of separately or been asked by is that, people like me who are raising safety concerns about the vaccine. I'm not anti-vax, I'm pro-vaccine safety, I'm pro-good science, I'm pro-ethical evidence-based medical practice in keeping with General Medical Council guidelines on informed consent. This is what I'm an advocate for, is that the real danger here, and this has been shown, is that when you are not honest and open when things go wrong, in particular around concerns of negative side effects of vaccine, and there's published literature on this, the people that withhold the information, they lose trust, increases anger, and the way to combat this, to sustain trust and reduce even fueling conspiracy theories, is to be honest and open when the information becomes available.
You spoke about Wes Streeting, that he smeared you. He also said that your remarks are dangerous extremism. Is it dangerous for him to actually say that?
Yeah, what's interesting is one of the things the irony in all of this, and people must please go and watch the talk. Ensure there's a link, for example, when you put this out for people to watch it. Okay, you can judge for themselves. I don't believe people are stupid. They're intelligent enough when presented with all the information to make their own conclusions. 18-minute talk. In the talk, I used published, well-established academic literature on how big corporations exert their power to control a narrative. And one of the ways, of course, they do it is by influencing and catching the media, and we know they've done that through the pandemic. Rochelle Walensky, for example, one of the former senior people of the CDC, once she left her role, said that her optimism from the COVID vaccine came from a CNN news report, okay? So the media has a very powerful role to play, even influencing the minds and thoughts of people in senior health policy positions.
And what Wes said, is it dangerous for politicians to come out with these sweeping statements without having the research?
I think it is. But also the point I was going to make, Michal, is one of the ways that big corporations exert their power is through a mechanism called opposition fragmentation. So what that means is to stop this information getting out of people who genuinely have good science behind them, have integrity, care about patients, to expose the shortcomings of the drug industry and, for example, harms of various medications, lack of informed consent, is that there are character assassinations that happen. So for me, this response from Wes Streeting, and he may not be aware of it, is that ultimately he's being played by these corporate influences that are there to try and undermine the credibility of people like me so they sustain the status quo. But it's not working anymore because we've got other means of communication. The trust is declining. And just, I also take it as a backhanded compliment. One of my inspirations is Mahatma Gandhi, who, of course, effectively and rightly, advocated non-violent resistance, to unjust, unethical laws, for example. And Gandhi said, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, and then you win. So for me, taking a step back, dispassionately, this is all predictable in many ways. But the point is, it's got out there. There was a standing ovation at the Reform Conference. Many people there came up to me, were really, I think, moved by my speech, because it's very clear when you watch it. And the irony is I almost predicted through my speech this was what was going to happen. This is following the corporate playbook, adopted initially set up by Big Tobacco, right? You've got to remember that for 50 years, they avoided any real regulation on cigarette consumption, 50 years from when there was links between smoking and lung cancer, by planting doubt, confusing the public, buying the loyalty of scientists, and outright denial, to the extent that in 1994, the level of that denialism was they swore under oath in front of US Congress that they did not believe that smoking caused lung cancer or nicotine was addictive. And, part of their strategy was to get doctors to endorse cigarettes, Michal. We're seeing history repeat itself in many ways with big pharma in general. And a lot of this is groupthink. I have no doubt in my mind, 99.99% of doctors are well-meaning. They're intelligent people. They want to do the best for their patients. But one of the shortcomings or vulnerabilities within the medical profession is it is hierarchical and obedient, which is a risk factor for abuse of power. And that power is being exerted more than ever by big corporations who are pathologically self-interested when it comes to making money. And I made the point, for example, that Pfizer, in the summer of 2021, by that stage, there was evidence showing that the COVID vaccine had no significant effect on preventing from infection. Even Pfizer admitted they did do the studies to show it was not preventing transmission. And at that stage, we did have evidence from yellow card reports from VAERS system in the United States that the vaccine was causing significant harm, and certainly at that stage, at the very least, killing people, maybe in small numbers at that point in time. We know it's probably significant now. I mentioned, certainly if you go back to square one, it is highly likely, at a bare minimum, in the short term, that the COVID mRNA vaccines have either caused serious harm or killed millions of people around the globe.
Anti-vaxxer is a term that's often used by your opponents to criticise you. Do you think the term has been weaponized, and how do you respond to people out there who call you a conspiracy theorist?
Yeah, so I think, unfortunately, I think anti-vaxxer has been weaponized. And I tweeted out today, asking the question, should those that use the term anti-vaxxer be arrested?
Should they?
As a form of hate speech. As a form of hate speech, let me finish. Especially if they use that term against people who have been vaccine injured, who have lost a relative or child as a result of the COVID vaccines. It's quite disgusting and it's quite shameful at the very least, Michal. And I think we need to start calling it out. I myself have been diagnosed by a doctor. This is not something it didn't come from me, this came from them. And I was initially shocked, but it made sense to me, of being vaccine injured because the COVID vaccine has been shown from research to obliterate, and certainly some people, and it happened with me, one of the most important gut bacteria called bifido, okay? And mine was at 0. And I had symptoms because I had a flare-up of an autoimmune condition. I'm still dealing with it. It's getting worse slowly, unfortunately, which is psoriasis. I had clinical depression. Of course, I've had a lot of tragedy in my life. That can also be part of it, but that can also explain why you get depression as well. So I'm vaccine injured. My father, who died, in my view, almost certainly as a result of the COVID vaccine that he'd taken 6 months earlier through a mechanism of accelerating heart disease, had a cardiac arrest, is also a victim of vaccine injury. So those people who are, they need to think a little bit more of who they are using this term against. One of somebody I know who is also a patient of mine, who's been very public, a very powerful advocate standing up for vaccine injured, is a man called John Watts from Scotland. And he was described, he very boldly questioned Rishi Sunak about the fact that the vaccine injured have been forgotten, if you like, on a debate that was featured by Sky News last year. And I won't name this person, people can look it up, but there was a well-known, respected broadcast, he's a journalist for the Daily Mirror. And in response to that, he talked about this anti-vaxxer heckling Rishi Sunak. This man has been debilitated quite significantly for long periods of time from vaccine injury. So therefore, I want to repeat this. Use of this term anti-vaxxer is unhelpful, and I think it is disgusting and it is shameful.
You're an advisor to Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is currently the US Health Secretary. He called the COVID vaccine the most deadly in history. Is the US more open to your views than the UK?
I think yes and no. I think among large sections of the American population and politicians, it is very much open. Of course, you've seen, I've been on so many podcasts from Rogan to Megyn Kelly to Tucker, who have all been very supportive and sympathetic to the message that I have advocated for, which again, let me repeat this, Michal. I am an advocate, and I would say obsessively so, for ethical, evidence-based medical practice and informed consent. Let me repeat that. Ethical, evidence-based medical practice and informed consent. And that also means that you have to come and speak from a place of integrity. In the UK, I had to sign essentially an oath when I was a trustee of the King's Fund, prestigious organization. I served the full term for them for 6 years, that influences government health policy, to say that I would adhere to the 7 Nolan principles of public life, which are basically should be adhered to by anyone who has a role in public life, which means teachers, doctors, the police and politicians. And I know off by heart what those 7 principles are: selflessness, objectivity, integrity, accountability, honesty, openness, and leadership. When I gave a speech in the House of Commons dining area for the Global Health Awards, where I received an award a couple of months ago for excellence in public health communication, I was honored to receive that. I gave a keynote speech talking about the harms of the COVID vaccine and the problems with the healthcare crisis. And I asked the audience there, and there were politicians there, there were doctors, leading doctors there were members from the pharmaceutical industry there. And I said to them, can anyone here name the 7 Nolan principles? There was one person actually that put their hand up, okay? Only one person. This should be the forefront of our consciousness. I said in my talk that the problem, one of the reasons is collectively positions of leadership, even amongst the public, but certainly people have, in positions of responsibility, is that we have deviated from a baseline of integrity. And the reason for that, the root cause for that, is a system that has been corporatized. And in this case, we have a tyrannical corporatized big pharma entity, unfortunately, that is out of control. And everything we are seeing being played out now in terms of the backlash and the conflict is, in my view, as a result of that.
How can you win against big pharma?
We have a gross injustice going on. I believe in freedom of speech and democracy. And ultimately, my aim is to help my individual patients and improve population health. So one is, first of all, an understanding that medical knowledge is under commercial control, but most doctors know that, so we make it exposed. And then things will change accordingly, where we have to remove commercial conflicts of interest over health policy and medical decision-making. How do we do that? As Gandhi taught us, my inspiration in many ways, continue to make the injustice visible. And that's what we're doing. That's what you are doing right now by giving me an opportunity to respond to all of the media frenzy and shoddy journalism, let's call it out for what it is, across many mainstream newspapers in the last few days.
Speaking of that, Asim, it was Ed Balls, the former Shadow Chancellor of the UK. He said he was flabbergasted by you. What's your response to Ed Balls?
You know what was interesting? I'm glad you've raised that. Is that this was on Good Morning Britain, and they didn't name me, which was interesting, okay? Good Morning Britain, by the way, who follow me on X, they have come to me over several years. I've been one of their so-called favorites as doctors to come and talk about health issues. In 2020, I was the one who suggested Boris Johnson likely got admitted to hospital with COVID because of his weight. It became a big story. And ultimately, Boris Johnson agreed with that. I said this has likely played a role from all the analysis of the research I'd done, but it was quite obvious to me. In 2021, February, Good Morning Britain, Ed Balls, if you're watching this, you probably don't know this, utilized me to help tackle vaccine hesitancy for the COVID vaccine. I'd had 2 shots myself. I went there to help tackle vaccine hesitancy amongst people from ethnic minority backgrounds. So it looks quite odd. Let me be honest, I'm not here to criticize Good Morning Britain. I have a lot of good people there. I have a friendship, I would say, with Susanna Reid. You know, we WhatsApp each other. You know, she's asked me for medical advice in the past, okay? She's an excellent journalist. But the point here is, for Ed Balls, it really probably makes him look ridiculous. And I think if he sees this interview, he's probably going to be very, very embarrassed.
We're just out of time. Dr. Asim Malhotra, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Michal.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Mumbai. Bright lights, busy city, Mumbai in India. Many Indians choose this place to hold their extravagant, stylish weddings. Guests are always in jewel-toned saris, intricately embroidered skirts, and such. Indian weddings in Mumbai are great for sightseeing, often the subject of photographs, and most of all, a fun event to be part of. Lucky if you're a friend or relative of an Indian about to get hitched. Weddings aside, the city is also known for many other treats. The Marine Drive is a popular destination. Listen to Bollywood tunes or the Punjabi rap there. Or if you prefer to be away from the loud sounds and noisy blues, Mumbai will always have its quiet corners. Yoga is popularly practiced in Mumbai. One of the recent practices is aerial yoga, where yogis would pose using cloth harnesses that are suspended from the ceiling. Another option is to travel via the sea, a highly recommended way to see the city. The Gateway of India is superb at sunset, definitely a sight to behold. You can opt to charter a yacht, as there are a fleet of vessels available for hire. Want an experience of the ever-famous Bollywood? Hop into an auto rickshaw. You'll get to ride past the film stars' mansions in the area, plus maybe get a glimpse of one of the superstars. The city is known for its old colonial houses too. Luxury boutique hotels aren't the norm here, so it's a gem to find one. Make sure to take pictures. The city's nightlife is quite a busy yet low-key one too. There are restaurants, cocktail bars, and various concert venues to choose from, and there's always a gig in town. Catch in performance, an indie band, or an a cappella group. Musicals are a dream. Then there's also the hip art scene, found in the middle of Shoreditch. This neighborhood in Mumbai is where you'll find the art galleries, cafes, and places for shopping too. Now you'll know where to buy souvenirs to take home. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence, they've got to have a vote and a say. It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. There are hopes that there will be progress in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine following the meeting in Alaska between the US President Donald Trump and the Russian President Vladimir Putin. There are talks that maybe bilateral and trilateral meetings will follow, but then there are also those who believe there will be no progress, largely because of Vladimir Putin's intractable position when it comes to Ukraine. One of those is the former UK Defence Secretary, Liam Fox. He joins me now to explain why he has that position. So Liam, thank you for making the time. It's good to have a chance to chat with you, sir. First of all, we're seeing a lot of media reports now that there seems to be some progress when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine situation following the meeting in Alaska and the following talks. What's your opinion on that?
There's a lot of rhetoric, there's a lot of staging. Are we seeing real progress? We don't know yet. My view is that you need to go back to understand why Ukraine wants very, very specific, overt and bankable security guarantees. Remember back in 1994, Ukraine gave away the nuclear weapons that they had inherited from the breakup of the Soviet Union. And they did so on the basis that they had a security guarantee from the United States, from Britain, from France, but mostly from Russia, that their sovereignty and their borders would be respected. That guarantee was worth zero because Putin decided he wanted Crimea and he just took it. Now, if you were the Ukrainians and you are wanting to end the war, you will want to do so knowing that you have a much better guarantee of your security than came with that agreement, the Budapest Memorandum. So I entirely understand why the Ukrainians are where they are. And until they get those very bankable guarantees, I don't think we can move much forward.
Those who play devil's advocate say that Russia was also guaranteed that NATO would never move 1 inch eastward, and that this was kind of also breached in terms of honouring an agreement. What's your view on that perspective?
Well, Ukraine's not a member of NATO. The only countries that have joined NATO are Sweden and Finland recently, and that was in response to Russia's aggression in Ukraine. Free nations can choose what they want to do in terms of their defence, their foreign policy. They cannot be dictated to by Moscow, by a tyrant like Putin.
Again, to play devil's advocate, if there was something, a similar parallel with Russia putting weapons on any kind of territory it has near the USA, how would the reaction be there?
Well, Russia has weapons pointed at London, at Washington, at LA, at the other parts of Europe. It has troops along the borders with the Baltic states. So we don't need to be lectured by Russia about the threats to their neighbors. It's Russia that invaded Georgia in 2008. It's Russia that annexed Crimea in 2014. It's Russia that invaded Ukraine in 2022. So before people want to play devil's advocate, they better work out who the devil is in that particular equation.
So hugely disappointing and sadly predictable is how you described the outcome of the Putin-Trump Alaska talks. Why was that?
Well, I think Putin's playing for time. Number one, let me be very clear. Putin can't be trusted. His word is worth nothing. Here is a man who is a violent despot who will kill and has killed his political opponents inside Russia, who's killed his opponents outside Russia, including in the United Kingdom. He's playing for time. He's hoping that he can make advances on the battlefield before the United States or Europe apply further sanctions that will damage the Russian economy. And the Russian economy has changed a lot since 2022, since the Ukrainian invasion. Putin's turned his country into a war economy. 45% of his GDP is now taken up by the war in Ukraine or the defense and arms industries. He has a banking system that's barely functioning. He's got a bank base rate of 21% with an inflation rate of 11%. Unsustainable if you were in any other part of the world. He's got a labor shortage, a chronic labor shortage, and is utterly dependent on technology to keep his economy moving. Now, these are big problems which will get worse. And in my view, we should make them worse in order to destroy Putin's ability to wage war in the future.
I know your perspective is also to let the Russian oligarchs and those who've been sanctioned from shifting large sums of money out to actually have that opportunity, because it would actually have an impact on Russia's economy that would help to destabilize it, in your opinion, correct?
Well, Russia has been able to maintain its war effort because its banking system has continued, because money has not been allowed to flow out of the system. So the oligarchs who would normally invest in global opportunities have been forced to invest in Russia. Those opportunities will dry up quite quickly, and we need to ensure that we enable capital flight out of Russia to make those difficulties even greater.
And presumably the sale of fossil fuels by Russia, which have been quite beneficial for its economy, have also to be kind of more closely monitored, I guess.
Well, you've seen the tension between the United States under the Trump administration and countries like India, where they are trying to apply pressure to India to stop buying Russian oil. If you're going to make that happen, I think you have to increase the flow of oil from elsewhere, whether that's the United States itself or out of OPEC. You need to ensure that countries that are going to help you in terms of security are not going to be disadvantaged. in terms of the ability to fuel, literally, their own economies.
So following Alaska, a bunch of European leaders, including the UK Prime Minister, went to the White House to speak with Donald Trump. And then, of course, the media started to talk a lot about the bilateral, possibly trilateral meeting with Putin, Zelensky and Trump afterwards. Do you see any value in the idea that this bilateral meeting might actually happen between Putin and Zelensky?
Well, all the focus has been on the optics and the rhetoric rather than the substance. And that's where we really need to make progress. We need to make progress on, are we going to get security guarantees for Ukraine? Are we going to ensure that Ukrainian territory is not going to be sacrificed in all of this? When these big issues are sorted out, then you can work out who is going to talk to whom and where it's going to be. I mean, yesterday we had all this stuff about, will it be in Geneva? Will it be Istanbul? You have to have something to talk about first. So let's focus on the substance and let's have a little bit less focus on some of the lesser important parts.
Ironically, Budapest was mentioned, which you mentioned earlier as the 94 site of the memorandum. So it would be an ironic venue if they chose that.
It would be, yes, it would be ironic, but there would be some who would think it was inappropriate, given that it was that memorandum in Budapest that was so badly betrayed by Russia.
There have been reports that Europe would impose more sanctions on Russia if Vladimir Putin does decide to reject any bilateral or trilateral meetings. What impact could those sanctions have?
Well, the biggest area where Europe could be effective would be in seizing Russian assets. Now, the Russian assets of about 300 billion have been frozen in Europe, and the interest on those has been used to help Ukraine. But if you really wanted to make a difference, you actually seize the assets and give them to Ukraine. 300 billion to Ukraine is more than we've actually spent in total between the United States and Europe so far in assisting them. And there is the question of reparations. Russia committed an act of aggression in breach of international law. They are required to make reparations for that. The chances of Putin actually parting with money and giving it to Ukraine, I would rate as absolutely zero. So what other mechanisms do we have? We've got those assets that were moved largely from America to Europe after 2014-15. Those could be used to help the Ukrainians arm themselves, protect themselves, defend their sovereignty, their people, their democracy, and also to rebuild the shattered parts of their country that have been destroyed by Putin's aggression.
Well, Salim, you've been very clear for many years now that you have zero trust in Vladimir Putin. If that's the case, if Vladimir Putin is such a risk, what real option is there to find a solution?
We should try to find a way of ending the killing in Ukraine itself, but we should be under no illusions about who Putin is and what he is. And I understand why Western politicians who are sort of hardwired to find compromise and accommodations, why they would want to do that. But pretty much all good people end up in the same place with Putin, which is he can't be accommodated. He is a tyrant. He's not a democrat. He's not answerable to the Russian people. He's not answerable to anyone at all. And he will behave in the way that tyrants do, as he has done, internally and externally. So what we, in the long term, we need to do is what we did in the Cold War, which is recognize there can't be a purely military solution to all of this. What we need to use is the financial strength of the free world, and to ensure that in the longer term, we undermine and, if possible, destroy Putin's ability economically to wage war against free, independent, democratic nations.
Well, many critics of the situation have been concerned that Donald Trump has rejected the idea, or at least dismissed the idea of a ceasefire prior to the talks, bilateral talks, if they happen, for example. To what extent is that a bad idea? Because of the fact that Russia can continue, it's kind of offensive, and it has actually seems to have boosted.
I thought the German Chancellor, Chancellor Merz, put it very well. It's very difficult to see Zelensky, President Zelensky, and Putin talking to one another if their troops are still killing civilians. How can President Zelensky sit down with Vladimir Putin if men, women, and children are being murdered during the night by Russian missiles and drones? Politically, that's really a bit of a non-starter. And I think you would have to have some situation where on the ground there was no conflict actually taking place before those talks could take place.
How much progress do you see in the statements by Donald Trump that he sees the need for security guarantees for Ukraine? I mean, he said no US troops on the ground, although he said military presence is a possibility.
Well, I think the president is absolutely genuine when he seeks peace and reconciliation. I think his patience has been sorely tested by Putin time and time again. I think he comes back hoping that something decent will come out of the Russian leader. But I think that increasingly the reality is dawning that you can't accommodate Putin. And there's a history here. If you remember President George W. Bush saying that he looked into Putin's eyes and saw a soul. Well, you know, Putin looked into his and saw a KGB file number. We had President Obama coming to office after the invasion of Georgia and having a reset, as they called it. Let bygones be bygones with Russia. Putin looked at that and said, thank you very much. I'll just take Crimea if that's your attitude. We need to really understand what we're dealing with, because wishful thinking is a very bad basis for foreign policy, and it's an even worse basis for defense policy.
There is still a feeling, however, that in spite of what you say about Donald Trump having some concerns about the situation being played, or tapped, as he put it, by Putin, that he has a much stronger relationship with Vladimir Putin and Russia than with Volodymyr Zelensky, and that he still tends to kind of favor the Russian side. Do you think that's still the case, considering how things have developed?
I think the president genuinely wants reconciliation. I think he can see the prize that there would be were Russia to be brought into the fold. I just don't think it's going to happen under Putin. I think that Putin is a particular type of autocratic, tyrannical leader. His behavior shows he's not to be trusted. And I see no reason why he would change. He wants to keep Russia in a particular way. He's got imperialist tendencies, wanting to recreate parts of what was the Soviet Union. And I think that's not going to change. And I think that President Trump, like President George W. Bush, like President Obama before him, hope that they can find something good to deal with in Putin. And sadly, that their hopes have all been dashed sequentially.
There is a widely held opinion that actually he's more interested in becoming a czar-like figure than reconstructing the Soviet Union, having a more imperial kind of attitude towards things.
I think that's true with Putin. I think that he's also been willing to use the Russian Orthodox Church as part of that czarist approach. But he's a very dangerous man. He's dangerous to the people within Russia, and he's dangerous to the people outside Russia. And we've got to be very hard-headed in accepting that. It's in the minds of good people, wanting to see good in someone else is a very laudable and understandable trait. But it can be very dangerous when you're dealing with somebody like Putin.
I'll get back to the current situation in just a second, but as and when the time comes when Vladimir Putin is no longer around, is there a chance for Russia to reset, or is it likely that someone else with the similar kind of tendency might just be able to slip in and continue the policies of Vladimir Putin?
I think there were three ifs in that question. So yeah, I suppose it depends on the state of the Russian economy. Is it a stable economy, or will Putin actually leave it fundamentally weakened? It's much easier to take a peace economy and turn it into a war economy than vice versa. So there are big problems ahead for the Russian economy. How Putin will manage that, we don't know. Who's coming behind Putin? Difficult to say. Most of his potential successors have left under, let's say, less than clear circumstances. The Russian people, do they have a yearning for democracy? They have a yearning, I think, to control their own future and to live in a country where they are much more able to determine what happens to their families, their communities, and their nation than they have today. But impossible really to know. Russia doesn't really have a strong historical experience in democracy, really at any point. So yes, we have to hope for it. And we in the West have to prepare for a post-Putin era in the hope that we can help encourage change, but in a way much better than we did last time after the fall of the Soviet Union.
There's a bit of a paradox in the fact that the Russian people did taste the fruits of a more kind of market economy, capitalistic society after the fall of the Soviet Union. And yet the statistics show that so many Russians seem to be behind Vladimir Putin's actions. Perhaps it's a patriotic or jingoistic attitude, but there is that strange paradox.
Well, I think you're probably more likely to be the fact that there are no independent polls in Russia, and that all the polls that we have are controlled by the Russian government. That will tend to produce the results that the Russian government want. But leaving that aside, so we don't actually know what the Russian people think. But if we are going to see reform in Russia, it has to be in a way that has tangible benefits on the street, and not just for the oligarchs and not just for the politicians, which is what we saw last time. And that needs to be better thought through.
Considering your perspective on President Putin, do you see any value in him actually recently now agreeing that there should be security guarantees, that perhaps there could be some kind of monitoring system if there was a peace deal?
Anything that gives us a verifiable peace deal, great. As Ronald Reagan would say, trust but verify. And that is just as true today as when President Reagan said it in the Cold War. And we need to be able to make sure that it's there. But there's something else. It's not just a security guarantee. What's missing there is the word credible. Is it a credible security guarantee? Because if Russia thinks that the deterrence is missing, then he will act again. And you could, I think, very reasonably argue that the sanctions that we put in place in 2022 after the invasion of Ukraine should have been there in 2014 after the invasion of Crimea, and the ones we put in place in 2014 should have been there in 2008 after the Russian aggression towards Georgia. So the failure of deterrence and the failure of a credible deterrence is crucial. And anything that the West puts in place as a security guarantee needs to come with some hard and fast elements to that, whether that's an Article 5 NATO-type guarantee that an attack on Ukraine would be an attack on us all. We have to wait and see. But if it's not credible, it's not worth anything.
Do you see Ukraine ending up in NATO?
No, I don't actually in the short term, although I think it's their right to apply to become members of NATO. But NATO is a political as well as a military alliance. And they would have to meet a number of criteria that would make them an acceptable part of the political alliance, just as the same way as they would need to fulfill criteria were they going to join the European Union. So I think that's some way off for Ukraine. I think Ukraine still has internal problems to deal with, not least a fairly widespread level of corruption that has plagued them for some time. Those things need to be dealt with. They can be dealt with. And Ukraine is, of course, as a free, democratic, sovereign nation, able to make its own choices.
On a slight tangent, why is there a need for NATO now? If we consider the Soviet threat has disappeared, and that maybe was the justification for the creation of the alliance, what is the real need for NATO now, especially if pretty much anyone can join it?
Well, pretty much anyone can't join it, otherwise we wouldn't be having this debate about Ukraine. There's the fact that Russia still has the largest number of nuclear weapons in the world, and they're still pointing at us. That's reason for NATO.
Do you believe Ukraine will ever get back the 20% that Russia holds right now of its land?
I don't think it's realistic to believe that Crimea will ever come back. I think that the Crimea probably disappeared when President Obama had the reset with Russia. I think that failure of deterrence probably meant that Crimea was lost. What happens with the territories that Russia's currently occupying remains to be seen. I don't think that Putin's going to give up the areas that the oblasts that he controls 100%, where you got Donetsk, for example, where there's still a split. That is more difficult to see. But there's got to be, if Ukraine loses territory, there's got to be something for Ukraine in that, and that's got to be that Putin can't move a centimetre further into Ukraine in the future.
When Donald Trump talks about a land swap, in your opinion, what does that mean? Because there doesn't seem to be anything to swap for.
Well, it's not a swap. It's the aggressor being able to keep the territory they have taken by force. I mean, it's not really what we think about as a swap. You've got principle and you've got the brutal reality facing off here. The principle should be that no aggressor should be able to benefit from acts of war. But the truth on the ground is that you've got ruined parts of Ukraine that Russia is not going to give back, potentially ever. So that's where you get into negotiation. And that's where the credible guarantees of future security have to come in.
So, Liam, how do you regard the way European countries have come together as a sort of counterbalance to the US position when it comes to dealing with this matter?
I think that President Trump has been a wake-up call to Europe, but that's only because Europe wouldn't listen to previous wake-up calls. I remember as Defense Secretary way back in 2010 sitting around the table at NATO with the American Defense Secretary Robert Gates, who would say, you cannot expect the American taxpayers to continually pay for Europe's defense while Europe spends its money on welfare and consumption. When you now have the position where European countries make up 6%, 7% of the world's population, but 60% of social spending. Now, why should the American taxpayers fund that? So they've come late in the day to recognize they must spend more on defense, they must be more active in their own defense and not depend on riding on America's coattails. That's a good thing. That's a good wake-up call. And I think that they actually have responded quite well. And I think that British Prime Ministers, Boris Johnson, Rishi Sunak, and our current Prime Minister have all actually honourably filled the roles of good European leaders when it comes to understanding their responsibilities to the defence and security of the wider continent.
To what degree do you believe that Europe's unity in this matter, perhaps, as we've just discussed, is a result of American pressure rather than internal European fears that Russia has been proactive in the sense of a grey warfare in its tactics with Europe?
I think it's both. And I think that it depends where in Europe you are. If you are sharing a border with Russia, your view of your security post-Ukraine has very much diminished. So if you're in the Nordic states, the Baltic states, Poland, Romania, Hungary, and you're sitting looking right across the border at the country that has just by force taken part of Ukraine, killed tens of thousands of its armed forces, and killed and maimed civilians for no clear purpose. I think that you're probably a lot less sanguine about security than if you live in Western Europe.
But considering Russia's taken quite a toll in this conflict as well, it hasn't been the kind of few weeks affair that people thought it would be going into Ukraine, as Russia seemed to be so dominant. Does Europe really have that level of fear, grey warfare apart? Does it really have a fear that Russia could stretch itself out so far to try and destabilize or be involved in taking over other countries?
So what's the difference? The difference is that in Europe, we care about our armed forces. We would care about the human cost and the financial cost of a conflict like that. If you're Putin, he doesn't care. He's not answerable to his electorate. He's not answerable to a free media. There are no critics out there saying that the cost is too high. So just as, since you mentioned, taking an imperial view, the view of Russia was throw as many troops as needed into battle. It doesn't matter what your casualties are. That's the view that Putin will take. I think the question that's very crucial in this is, at what point, even in Russia, does the loss become so acute, does the financial hardship become so great that the public will just not stomach the conflict?
But does he have the resources? Does Vladimir Putin have the resources? I mean, it's been proved that he's used North Korean troops to supplement his. Does he have the resources to take things further?
Well, he has an economy that's a war economy that will be unable to produce wealth. So the longer the war goes on, yes, there will be a toll that is there. But you have to understand the mind of Putin. His imperialist, aggressive tendencies to want to control Ukraine, which he believes is Russia, remember, is greater than his fear of any domestic resistance to his program. That cannot last forever in the real world, but he can last for a long time. And as long as people are buying Russian oil and enabling him to fund his war, he will continue as best he can. And if that means releasing more prisoners from prison to go onto the front line, bringing people in from North Korea or any other favorable dictatorships around the world, that's what he'll do. And as long as the Iranians are helping him supply of weapons, missiles and drones, then he's got his allies on whom he can depend, at least for some time.
Since January of 2025 and Donald Trump's return to the White House, he seems omnipresent. With executive orders, he seems to be such a dominant figure in what's going on in the world. Do you get any sense that perhaps Europe has been kicked into a very underdog position in having a say in what's going on here?
I think to an extent the reverse, possibly because of that great influence that President Trump has had, that European leaders have stepped up to the plate a bit, particularly on this, and they were not passive in this process. After the Alaska summit, they were very quick to get to Washington. So no, I don't take that view. And also, you know, in the West, we have to understand the American political system. You've got a president newly elected in his second term. He's got control of the House of Representatives. He's got control of the Senate. But America has elections in November next year. That could change.
But still, looking at the sort of global optics, can Europe kind of step out of Donald Trump's shadow?
Europe needs to make some changes. I mean, Europe needs to be looking at its trading practices, for example. Whatever you think of the president's tariff policy, he's got a point when it comes to the EU, that the EU has been using non-tariff barriers and technical barriers to trade as an alternative to financial tariffs. So, you know, he's right that there needs to be change. Maybe we're just seeing a little inkling of the need for change amongst European leaders.
Briefly putting on your international trade secretary hat, the one you wore for a while, does the level of tariffs, though, that Donald Trump talks about and the way he threatens them, is that good global practice when it comes to economics?
It has a different impact depending on the sort of economy you're dealing with. If you put tariffs on a country that only sells basic commodities, that has no value added, then you will definitely harm those economies. And I think that whatever the financial plus that the administration sees for the United States, you have to weigh that up against what if I make it more difficult for developing countries to trade their way out of poverty? Will that trigger a wave of global migration, which is the one thing that I also don't want in policy? So sometimes I think that in Western governments, the people who make the economic policy and the people who make the security policy don't properly talk to one another, and the dots don't really get joined up.
Going back to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, there is a feeling among many people that the world has let Ukraine down, was slow to act, hasn't been decisive enough as a community. Where is the rest of the world in this? We've talked about America, we've talked about Europe. What about other countries around the world? Where are the others? Where's China in all of this?
Well, China, I don't think is particularly bothered that the West and Russia are daggers drawn. That's not in the disinterest, if you want to put it that way, of China. Others are much less concerned. They see that as a European issue. I think that Ukraine was let down when we did not deter Russian aggression. And if I was to put my finger on it, I think that the reset under the Obama presidency with Putin was the ultimate failure of Western deterrence, and I think much has flowed from that.
But is there also a tendency at a global level for countries to become introspective now? The US, of course, seems to be so much more introspective under Donald Trump, of course, his Make America Great Again policy. Is that what's happening? Are we deglobalizing?
Well, I think at the political level, there is a tendency for countries to become much more introspective, to become, if not isolationist, at least more nationalist. And yet, at the same time, in the real global economy, we have had such a level of integration of supply chains that the idea of pulling those apart would cause so much disruption as to be not worth any economic gain that might come. And so again, you've got the world of politics and the world of business not necessarily being in the same place. I'm with the world of business. I think ultimately it's those interests that will be longer lasting, and they will be to the benefit, particularly of those parts of the world who don't yet share in the good luck of the wealthiest.
Well, that's almost a perfect segue, talking about your role in business, to discuss your role as the chairman of the Abraham Accords from the UK perspective. Tell me about the work that's being done, because you're now planning to launch a fund as well.
So we have something called the Abraham Accords Prosperity Group. It basically has 4 pillars. The Abraham Accord Prosperity Fund, which is an investment fund that we plan to launch in the near future. A project called REACH, run by the NAS group of companies, talking directly to young people in English and Arabic in the region to say, you should have opportunity. We will give you the chances to grasp that opportunity, but to talk to them in a language that is much more familiar and through social media. We also have a think tank network, including Trends in the UAE, including the Amadeus Institute in Morocco, and we have, fourthly, our advisory council, the great and the good, helping to guide us and promote us. And we're building those. And we're doing that because if you want to effect change, it can't be done just by a financial instrument. You've got to create an ecosystem which is sustainable. I've agreed to chair this grouping for 10 years. My wife thinks I'm mad, and maybe she's right. She usually is. But we need to show commitment, long-term commitment. Part of the problem is that the initiatives that we have had are very top-down. Where is the benefit on the Arab street, for example, of these initiatives? Unless young people can see that there will be something different for them, that they will get dignity and hope and opportunity from this, it is otherwise it's meaningless. And also, how do you put in place the mechanics over time that go beyond the sort of democratic mandates of 3 or 4 years that Western governments tend to have? How do you give investors confidence? How do you give young people confidence that they genuinely have friends out there who are in it for the long term? That's what we're trying to change.
The overarching issue, though, is that since October the 7th, 2023, anything that really concerns the Abraham Accords has taken quite a hit, certainly psychologically, on the Arab street. What kind of damage has it done to your goals, to your aims to try to create some kind of better world in that environment?
I don't think it changes our aims or our goals. It perhaps makes the environment in which we're doing it more difficult. But, you know, whatever happens, if you like, at the statecraft level, we still need to have a greater share of prosperity across the whole of the Middle East, North Africa region. And we need to ensure that younger people are able to share more in the prosperity that in Europe or the United States we would take for granted than they have been allowed to do in the past. And that means, how do we get more of the economic opportunity? For example, in the service industries, instead of countries buying business services from Europe or America, why are we not trying to create more of them in those countries themselves?
Who do you see contributing to this fund?
Well, we have a number of high net worth individuals, but I would also like to see the sovereign wealth funds and institutions do something that they really can do, which is invest in peace. That's the real challenge for us.
And is it the sovereign wealth funds largely from the Middle East region, or do you see this as truly global?
Well, we've had a lot of interest in the United Kingdom, in the United States, but in the region itself. And we have to encourage those in the region to invest in the future of the region. And we have to ensure that, as I often say, if you've got the same DNA as your parents and you make the same choices as your parents, you end up in the same place. And we can't afford that. We need to break that. Here we are in the United Kingdom, a country massively shaped by our history. But there are those in the Middle East who are not shaped by their history. They're prisoners of their history. We need to help them break out of that.
Just a final thought then. Are you getting the sense that ears are open to your requests and your pleas for some kind of progress?
I think that people are recognizing that we cannot continue as we are. We have to create a different future, and we're not passengers in that future. We can be the prime movers in our own destiny, and we can choose to effect change if we want. And people will say, well, this is a terrible time to be launching a project like that. Well, is there a good time to launch a project like that? And if you're looking at the long term, you have to start somewhere. And I hope that those who support our aims will support our program, because it's something that has to be done as a whole global community if we're to achieve the results that we want. And its benefits will not just be felt in the Middle East, they'll be felt globally. And that should be as much an attraction to us as anything else.
Well, Sir Liam, I wish you luck. Thank you very much for joining me, sir.
Pleasure.
That was Sir Liam Fox, the former UK Defence Secretary, talking about the latest situation in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. That's it for this edition of the show. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments. From me and the team in London, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Chicago. Chicago, the Windy City. There's just anything and everything to do about town. Need a lowdown of the top spots in Chicago? Nestled along the shores of Lake Michigan, the city has become a destination known for its vibrant art scene, cultural attractions, excellent shopping, and majestic architecture. The city's art and architecture takes cues from 20th century design. Architects Louis Sullivan and Frank Lloyd Wright, and artists like Picasso, Miro, Dubuffet, and Chagall are the known design mavens who've beautified the city. There's the Art Institute of Chicago, a world-class museum that holds thousands of art masterpieces. Its collection dates from thousands of years back, including paintings, prints, photography, sculptures, and even architectural drawings, textiles, and decorative art. Surely a feat for the eyes. Impressionist and post-impressionist paintings, including Georges Seurat's 1884 A Sunday Afternoon on La Grande Jatte, Renoir's 1879 Acrobats at the Cirque Fernando, and numerous paintings by Claude Monet are among the popular ones in the museum. The city isn't short of spectacular sports events too. There's the Chicago Bears in American football, the Chicago White Sox and Cubs in baseball, and who wouldn't forget the Chicago Bulls in basketball? The Millennium Park is also a hip place to visit, being a venue for many creative events. The park has a pavilion for outdoor concerts, an interactive fountain, plus a huge garden and plaza. Chicago also boasts of the famous Michigan Avenue, one of the most attractive boulevards in the U.S. Here, you'll chance upon rows and rows of galleries, boutiques, and luxury shops. People often drop by the Wrigley Building, the famous Tribune Tower, and the John Hancock Center. The Navy Pier, which dates back to 1916, is another famous tourist spot. It's got up to 50 acres of gardens, attractions, restaurants, shops, concert venues, botanical gardens, and parks. There's a huge Ferris wheel and a carousel, too. There's a 3D IMAX theater and the Chicago Shakespeare Theater for classical performances. The pier is most known for its sightseeing tours and excursions. Better catch one during your visit. Last but not least are the destinations for learning. Visit the Museum of Science and Industry or the Field Museum of Natural History for some educational fun. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
A public crime emergency or a manufactured crisis? Sending in the National Guard to American cities is a hot partisan flashpoint. Democrats say it's just one example of presidential overreach. Republicans insist it's entirely appropriate. Is the separation of powers under threat? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. President Trump says too many US cities are dangerous and filthy. He's called it a national emergency and has sent in the National Guard, a move that has Democratic governors up in arms.
It's illegal, unconstitutional. Frankly, it's un-American to send troops into American cities when there's no emergency, there's no insurrection. And he's only doing it because he wants to disrupt future elections.
The National Guard has been patrolling Washington, D.C. for more than 2 weeks. And the mayor says there's been a sharp reduction in violent crime.
The difference between this period, this 20-day period of this federal surge and last year represents a 87% reduction in carjackings in Washington, D.C.
So if it's working, why are the Democrats so concerned? They argue it's just one example in a long list of presidential abuses of power, like his intervention in the workings of the Federal Reserve and the Public Health Agency, the CDC. So, on this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask, is deploying the National Guard good policing or a political ploy? Is President Trump abusing the separation of powers? And will he really push for a third term? On our panel to debate all the latest from the White House is John Burnett, the first vice chairman of the New York State Republican Party, and also on our panel, Kyvon Shroff, Democratic strategist and commentator. Gentlemen, thanks for your time here on Counterpoints. Well, the balance of power in the US between the states and the federal government is often a point of contention, and we're seeing that playing out on the streets of Washington, D.C. right now, where President Trump has gone over the head of the state governor, deploying more than 2,000 National Guards to crack down on crime. John, let's start with you to kick off our debate. Is this good policing or is it a political ploy?
Well, first, thank you for having me on your show. The District of Columbia if it were a state, would be the #1 high crime, violent crime state in the country. So that's more than #1 reason to actually move in, because the first obligation of the federal government, or the state government for that matter, is to keep people safe. So when you have high homicide rates, high violent crime rates, and you're not actually curtailing it to keep people safe, I think President Trump moved in to do the right thing. And when you look at the numbers, an AP NORC poll said that over 80% of the people polled said that crime is a major issue. And yet, just yesterday, the mayor of DC came out and thanked President Trump. She said she greatly appreciated the fact that more law enforcement was visible on the streets, and she went down through the numbers and saying that violent crime, starting with carjackings, plummeted, given the fact that more law enforcement were on the streets to deter crimes from actually happening and to get things under control. And she even praised, and along with many other Democrats, praised the fact that, you know what, there were no homicides for a 2-week period since the troops came in. So it actually saved lives. I'm more concerned with, once the troops leave under Mayor Bowser, as well as the police chief, do they have enough and have the right strategy to make sure that they can keep people safe?
Kai Vaughan, what's your response to that?
Well, I think a couple things. You know, crime is a problem in D.C., and I think that smart approaches to dealing with crime have led to D.C. having the lowest crime rates in 30 years. And I think we've been hearing these talking points about the crime rate in D.C., but it seems like Republicans don't care about higher crime rates in red state-run cities like Jackson, Mississippi, like Birmingham, Alabama. So the talking point seems to fall a bit flat, and you had Kamala Harris, you had Hillary Clinton call out that Trump would do exactly this if reelected. He would send troops after Democratic cities. And he's doing it because it's an authoritarian flex. I think what's more concerning here is the pattern, right? Sending these troops into cities, building himself a $200 million White House ballroom, and is he going to leave the city of D.C. when his term ends, or is he going to refuse to, like he did last time? And is this all a test run to take control of our capital city? I think that's what a lot of Democrats are really concerned about. And then you see other behaviors, right? Like taking a 10% stake in Intel, demanding that Cracker Barrel, an American company, change its logo. These are full-on dictator moves and part of a much larger pattern and picture. So I know Republicans want to make this about crime and Democrats being soft on crime. My colleague just admitted Democrats are being reasonable on this. They're taking the help. We have to also acknowledge a lot of the resources to DC were cut by this administration. So some of what they're doing is just replacing those resources. You have National Guard members picking up trash and laying mulch that Park Services would have done, but Republicans slashed that budget. So I don't know that sending our troops to go pick up garbage is making the city safer.
Well, the thing is that you notice that he threw in a whole laundry list of things that have nothing to do with the question and nothing to do with
it's
what
a pattern I'm asking you to recognize.
He's talking about all these different things. All these different things except for the crime rate. And that is one of the reasons why Democrats are saying, wait a second.
I talked about the crime rate. Don't lie.
Their party is not addressing the #1 issue. And in fact, members of Newsmax, right, where I have my show, one person was murdered a couple of weeks ago, and another person, a reporter, she was carjacked. Fortunately, her 1-year-old was not in the car at the time. So it's hitting everyday working people, whether you're whether you're a journalist, whether you're an everyday essential worker, or whether you work on Capitol Hill. Everyone is concerned about the safety.
One thing Kyvan did raise that I think perhaps you should respond to, John, is this idea that this is the president focusing only on democratic states, and that there are red states that have troubling crime figures, but they don't seem to be in the spotlight. Why is that?
I think it should all be addressed, whether you talk about Memphis, Tennessee, or whether you talk about District of Columbia. It's more easier, based upon the way the district laws are, allows President Trump to actually annex DC for not an extended period of time, a short period of time. So you can look at this as a base case or pilot program to possibly roll out to other cities, red or blue. Because I'm not here to talk about Republican or Democrat run cities or states. I'm here to talk about what people need. They need a baseline of safety.
Kaivon, what do you say to that, this baseline of safety? If the mayor of DC is saying that crime has gone down, isn't that a good thing?
Crime was already at historic lows, and yes, she's taking the help, but I want to reiterate my point that agencies like ATF, Donald Trump has actually, for all the rhetoric, defunded police. He has cut $800 million in grants to support local law enforcement. He's gutted the ATF. We just had another mass shooting yesterday, unfortunately. All of these efforts have left DC without their usual resources. So some of this surge is replacing those missing resources, and they are thankful for that. But I will say it's just another talking point to say this is a test case. You have not heard Trump utter that he's going to do this in red states. You've heard Republicans on Newsmax and everywhere else only talk about DC, New York City, Los Angeles, and Illinois are red states.
Since the troops were sent in to deter crime, robberies down 46%.
Still not going to talk about red states, right? That's what we're getting.
Carjackings down
Go back to DC,
yep. Violent crimes down 22%. The results, well, you're saying,
nothing to say about red states.
It was actually trending down, so you're okay with a baseline number of carjackings, rapes,
Wrong.
and
I
murders.
said it's good. I said it's good.
We should be concerned about it all, whether it's blue or red or purple. It needs to be done because,
but you don't care.
Over 80% of Americans, whether you're right, left, or center, want to be safe and they want to live the American dream.
What about to Kaivon's point, though, John, that the president has defunded a lot of the police, so the National Guard is now having to come in to do the job that the police would have done if they hadn't have been defunded in the first place?
There is no... You know what's funny? Nancy Pelosi is in charge of the DC.
Answer her question.
Capitol Police, right? Hold on. And they tried to say Trump didn't provide resources. It's the same narrative coming out of that when it comes to DC or law enforcement in general. I don't think there's any competent person who's watching this program would actually believe that President Trump cut law enforcement. No one with an ounce of common sense would believe that, but they're going to run
Anyone
with that,
with Google
just like they ran with the Russian hoax and everything else.
Oh, now we're going to Russia. Talk about a dodge.
Escalator has been touting law and order, economic freedom, and prosperity in America. That he's been consistent on that, and that's why he's smiling, because he knows that's the truth. All he's spinning is talking.
Sorry, I'm smiling because you managed to take us to Russia.
Okay, right of reply to you, Kaivon, then we're going to move on. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, I mean, talk about a dodge. Why are we talking about Russia? You asked him about Trump defunding police, which
because you're dodging the
that
question.
Donald Trump did make those cuts. Anyone can Google it. I know the truth hurts, but just
people
Google
in DC are dodging bullets and you're dodging questions.
All right, well, let's move on to another big question mark that some people have over the president. I'm going to put this one to both of you. President Trump prides himself on not doing things by the book. He's lauded by his supporters for standing up to the political establishment and, in his words, fixing all the ingrained problems. But in doing so, he's drawn criticism for overreaching. The separation of powers is in the US is enshrined in the Constitution, But his detractors argue he's putting that doctrine at risk. Take a listen, though, first of all, to this response from the president.
And they say, we don't need him, freedom, freedom. He's a dictator, he's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not a dictator. I'm a man with great common sense and I'm a smart person. And when I see what's happening to our cities, and then you send in troops, instead of being praised, they're saying you're trying to take over the republic. These people are sick.
Kaivon, is the president acting like a dictator?
First of all, just that statement that he doesn't like a dictator. There isn't a dictator Donald Trump has met that he hasn't fawned over, loved. He was writing love letters to Kim Jong-un. He rolled out the red carpet for Putin. So we all know that's dishonest. And I think, yes, back to my point, he is acting like a dictator, trying to totally take over every branch of government, even going so far as to nominate Emil Bove, who said that he would ignore judicial rulings, what our courts say, to the federal bench. So it's a full MAGA takeover of government, and it's horrible for the enduring nature of our democracy.
John?
You know, it's very interesting to hear Democrats justify high crime rates and saying, no, don't try anything different. Don't do anything about the problem. Let's just wish it away. Or instead of bringing in law enforcement, let's just double down on social workers. Well, the American people have more common sense than that. And when you actually go and talk to everyday people, including business owners, they praise the move. Why? Because people can actually start walking down the street with their children, jogging, and actually stop at a red light or a stop sign without the fear of being carjacked and their life placed in danger. So you know what? If the local politicians who are using taxpayer dollars to do nothing to address the situation, that's why many people, politicians as well as everyday people, are saying, you know what? We welcome President Trump, whether it's a blue or red state.
What about, John, the accusations from some of Trump's critics that he's weaponizing institutions like the Federal Reserve, like the CDC, that his moves to intervene in those institutions is unconstitutional and an overreach?
You mean when too late Jerome Powell actually cut interest rates before the election last year, but only lowered it once since then? Who said, you know, interest rates or current inflationary environment is transitory? You know what? When you look at law, even when you look at the medical field, there are multiple opinions. And President Trump has a different opinion than the Fed. In fact, that's good for our republic. And when you look at, you know, independence, whether you look at how the previous administration was run and operated, as well as the Fed, they're not doing the right thing. Look, inflation was as high, almost double digits in America. And when you look at the credit card interest rates, they still haven't come down to give people a reprieve who use credit cards just to close their monthly budgets when high inflation was running rampant. Then when you look at the current situation, existing home sales are drastically down. Why? Mm-hmm. Because mortgage rates are still high, while Lisa Cook, a Fed board governor, actually got a special interest rate. So people are sick and tired of the elite class getting a break while the burden, whether you talk about high interest rates or high national debt, are on the backs of everyday working Americans. President Trump is saying no mas, no more. We need to do differently.
Let's talk about that, because Donald Trump just added $4 trillion to the national debt that my generation, not your generation, is going to have to own. Donald Trump is actually currently responsible over his 2 terms for 25% the total American national debt. He has been writing checks. He's the bankruptcy king, and he's bankrupting the country. Why is he putting so much pressure on the Fed? Well, because his economic decisions have been horrible. His tariffs are wrecking our economy. Consumer spending down, business investment down. And so he wants the labor market so bad, he fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because he didn't like the numbers. And now he wants the Fed to bail him out for a short-term win
honestly,
that's going to cost us in the long term. It's very much like what he's actually doing, you know, I think a similar, but somewhat similar redistricting fight, right? A short-term win. He wants to make our districts that much more partisan when they should be nonpartisan for the benefit of democracy. But because he's done such a bad job, he needs to rig the 2026 midterms, and it's going to do lasting damage to our democracy. You see this pattern over and over again in everything Donald Trump does.
You know what? Your hair is perfect, nice, crisp shirt, but
Thanks.
Your facts are all wrong.
At least I
yes,
have some.
today. Obviously, you don't read the news or actually watch programs, but I'm glad you're on this one. Let me just.
I don't watch Newsmax, that's for sure. I can tell you I don't watch Newsmax.
The U.S. economy expanded 3.3% in the second quarter. That beat estimates. So tariffs obviously
not true.
Have not impacted the economy based upon what just was released today. And guess what? Consumer spending is also up, beating estimates. So the Democrats are holding on to this fear-mongering and false narratives that tariffs are bringing down the economy, when yet consumer spending is up, business spending is up, as well as GDP is up. So there's no need to have these high interest rates and no need to stoke fear coming out of the DNC as we go into the midterm elections. I know you're scared. I know you're running scared.
Your party is the one that wants to rig the midterm. So if you were so confident, why does Trump need to beg for 5 seats in Texas?
Let me just say thank you for everything that you're doing.
Explain that.
Because you're helping Republicans win. We really appreciate
Just
the
explain
help.
it. If you're so confident, why rig the outcome?
The economy's great.
No.
And if the
then why
Fed
steal 5 seats in Texas?
What it should do, instead of its board of governors seeking special interest rates, maybe we can actually empower the people.
It is a good question, though, John, and I want to reiterate what Kai Vaughan has said there. If the economy is so good, why is the president so preoccupied with the Federal Reserve and interest rates? If things are going great, well, shouldn't he just keep his hands off and keep doing his job and let the Fed do theirs?
You know what, Melinda? You have a great show. You're doing well. My counterpart, he's doing well. I'm doing well. But the majority of people that struggle day to day, they were crushed under Bidenomics and Kamala Harris. Being told that inflation is transitory when they suffered for years with high interest rates. So just to balance things out, and not only were they paying more for everything for an extended period of time, the mortgage rates haven't even come down. So that way they can try to move from paying high rent to actually paying a mortgage, giving themselves an opportunity in the future to create wealth or at least pass it down. So I'm talking about balancing here, not for the people who are doing well like us or President Trump himself, but for the everyday average person that's still paying 20 plus, upwards of 25% in interest payments on credit cards, paying over 7% for a mortgage, and in some respects, 8 and 9% for a car loan. That is ultimately an issue for everyday working people who don't have the wherewithal. So we have to find.
Let's talk about everyday working people.
And I'm not saying
let's talk about them.
All right, your response, Kai Vaughan?
American.
Yeah, Everyday working people, the bottom 60% of Americans lost out. Their after-tax income under Donald Trump's one big beautiful bill, which, by the way, he doesn't even want to call it anymore, cuts those incomes for the bottom 60%. You know who it benefits? The top 0.1%. Donald Trump's rich friends earning over $3 million a year. And my colleague still did not answer the question, which is that if everything's so wonderful on the economy, on crime, on every issue under the sun,
people are still hurting with high interest rates.
Why does Trump need to steal 5 seats in Texas if he's going to win midterms because he's so popular? It's because he's projected for a blue wave blowout. He is deeply unpopular on these issues. Explain it.
You mean like the one you were predicting last year? Okay.
Why steal the seats?
We're going to get close to running out of time, so I want to move us on to our last segment because this is an interesting one, and I'm looking forward to getting your take on them. One of President Trump's most vocal critics is Californian Governor Gavin Newsom. He's been attracting a lot of attention lately for his social media trolling of the president. Vaughan, is this a case of if you can't beat them, join them? I mean, Michelle Obama said, when they go low, we go high. Is that notion now just out of the window for Democrats?
That's been out. That's been out for a decade, unfortunately. But I think the reality is what Gavin Newsom is doing is effective in 2 senses, though I will concede I think it's got a short runway with Democrats because Democrats aren't in this to score random Twitter points against Republicans. They want to pass policies that help the American people. That's the end goal. But what Gavin Newsom is doing in 2 ways is nice. For Democrats, it's cathartic because they feel like Donald Trump is this unchecked bully that, regardless of the legal system, regardless of so many things, just cannot be held accountable, it seems. So it's nice to see somebody stand up to him. And I think second, it really sort of outlines how outrageous and preposterous Donald Trump's behavior day to day is that has been normalized. Because when you see a sane person like Gavin Newsom putting out those tweets in all caps, you're like, well, yeah, it is weird that a politician does this. And obviously that's part of his point. When he's talking about, make America Gavin again as a joke about Donald Trump's narcissism, it really hits that point home. So I think it's an effective gimmick in that sense.
Why is it getting under Republican skins, John?
Look, honestly, you know what? He's good for fundraising, right? Parties fundraise off each other, but let's bring it back to the people. When you look at the inflows of population versus outflows, there are more people fleeing California in New York. Why? Because of the high taxes and mismanagement. These are facts. And Gavin Newsom,
more people have said Florida to California.
Even the mismanagement of the wildfires, right? There was no water to put out and effectively address the wildfires. When you look at the crime, when you look at the whole, California has the highest level of homelessness. If their policies worked, people would not be fleeing the state of California.
More people flee Florida to California.
Why? Because people have been leaving there, going to Texas. Hence the reason why Texas wants to redraw the maps based upon the huge influx of population. Remember, Texas,
John,
is a great place to do business, and no state income tax for the average worker. So it's working. Going back to Trump's tax bill, look, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security.
All right, we're almost out of time, so let me get Vaughan's response to that. Vaughan?
Here's an inconvenient fact. More Americans have left Florida, a red state, for California, a blue state run by Gavin Newsom, than have left California to go to Florida. Similar climate, all of that. Similar offerings, and you can't explain that dynamic. It's true. Google. People that pay attention to facts believe it. I know in your world, whatever you think is what goes, there's actual data and facts that everybody else in the world and in the business community pays attention to and uses to make decisions.
Okay, I've got a question. Before we're out of time, I want to put it to both of you. Another reason why Gavin Newsom is making headlines at the moment, on Wednesday, he made a stark warning that he says President Trump is serious about running again in 2028, and he says we're losing the country in real time. John, will President Trump really push for a third term?
That is foolishness. President Trump already came out and said that he's not running again. But because these foolish Democrats rather focus on the latest foolish headline instead of focusing on coming up with real policies, all they have is fear-mongering. So you know what? President Trump is going to troll them. Because all he has to do is put out something on Truth Social or X, and just like Minions, they'll actually run and start pushing these narratives instead of really start focusing on real policies like crime, to address crime, the local economics, and things of that nature. It's foolishness.
All right, Khyvon, to that point, is it easier for Democrats to scaremonger that President Trump is going to run for a third term than putting in the work to make sure that they are a viable alternative?
I just think anybody in media using the idea that Democrats have scaremongered, everything they warned about has happened. Every single thing Democrats have been warning about for the last decade, Donald Trump and Republicans have done. Donald Trump even
won the election.
An insurrection. And by the way, Don's saying now that he won't run for a third term, but I guarantee you, the minute Donald Trump says he'll run for a third term, he'll be the first guy behind him in the cult saying, yeah, screw our democracy, it doesn't matter. So absolutely ridiculous talking points. And I don't think Democrats have been scaremongering at all. I will concede to the premise of your question, which is I think they have to make that case, but they also have to offer a positive set of policy proposals and communicate that effectively, particularly on affordability to the American people.
And Melinda, really quickly, that's why President Trump ran away with this election last year and won the popular vote.
He didn't run away with it.
And you can't do that unless a high number of Democrats cross over and vote for him. Why? Because they were sick of open borders, a poor, high inflationary economy, and not feeling safe. That's why Democrats failed. Trump is not running again, but guess what? J.D. Vance, other people, as well as local Republicans are running in blue states, and they'll likely win. That's why he's smiling.
All right, round us out, Khyvon. What do the Democrats need to learn? I mean, John's made some pretty good points about their failings in 2024.
He hasn't made great points, and none of the points made are based on true facts. So Donald Trump's already hemorrhaging support with Latinos, with young voters, some of the groups he made gains with, double-digit losses with young voters just 8 months into his second term. But secondly, MAGA as a concept is fractured on so many issues, on immigration. You even have Joe Rogan still coming after Trump for his Epstein cover-up, on international wars that Donald Trump is heating up, those foreign conflicts. He's lost Tucker Carlson and folks. So there's so many issues, adding $4 trillion to the debt, that the MAGA base has crumbled a lot since his reelection. And J.D. Vance is absolutely not the front runner in that race. There are so many players that are going to be tearing each other apart. And it's going to be actually very tough, I think, for Republicans to keep their thin coalition together.
But tell me, though, what are Democrats doing differently? What have they needed to learn from their failures?
What are Democrats doing differently? Yeah, sure. Democrats are focusing, by the way, as Kamala Harris did, on affordability, on making life better, education opportunities, childcare, access to jobs. By the way, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris created more jobs than the last 3 Republican presidents combined. Donald Trump, in contrast, had to fire the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because his jobs numbers are so bad. So I think Democrats need to figure out how to communicate what they have been doing to the American people and then build on that. And I think people like Ro Khanna do a good job of that, talking about, for example, who are going to be the winners and losers on an issue like AI. Right? The next digital wave. Is it going to be rich folks and sort of those Silicon Valley bros that have all lined up behind Donald Trump while the truckers across America get replaced and shut out? Democrats want to give people an opportunity to own a part of that, to be a part of that. So I think that's the vision and the picture they're painting.
Okay, just finally, and by right of reply, John, what vision are the Republicans going to be selling for 2028?
They're going to be selling massive investment, not only by American businesses in America, but also international businesses. Whether you talk about investors from the Middle East, Asia, Europe, Latin America, a lot of companies and individuals are investing in America. When you have large investments like that, in addition to tax breaks, not only on large businesses, but small businesses as well as working class individuals, that creates a huge and robust economy, which makes for not only higher wages because wages are going up, but also mobility, job creation for those who aren't working and for those who want to move into better opportunities. All of these things are working. And he's telling Kamala Harris, well, Kamala Harris ended her campaign not only in failure, but $20 million in debt that the DNC just voted on this past week to pay off her debt. So they're still suffering from last year's election while President Trump is moving this economy forward, moving this country forward. And he's not just doing it for America, he's doing it for other nations around the world, creating a fair and balanced
business investment is down.
Gentlemen, I wish we could continue our debate, but I know we are out of time, so I'm going to have to leave it there. But what we love on Counterpoints is two strong sides to every story, and we certainly got that with the both of you this evening.
Well,
Thank you so much to John Burnett, the first Vice Chairman of the New York State Republican Party, and Kyvon Shroff, Democratic strategist and commentator. Thanks for joining us on Counterpoints, gentlemen. And thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Be sure to keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And be sure to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Luxor, the famous city of Luxor, Egypt. On the outside, the city is admittedly not all that charming. So what is it that will make you visit the city, with its scorching hot weather and dust-choking streets? Dare to explore deeper into the sun and sand to find its hidden gems. Egyptian sites, monuments, tombs, and temples. Amid the ancient sites are modern attractions as well. First is the Temple of Karnak. It's a massive ancient site that has several different temples that are dedicated to specific gods. The hypostyle hall is a pinnacle part of this temple. The pillars, so grand, will make you feel like you're in the middle of a canyon with cliffs surrounding you. Visit this majestic place that will make you want to learn more about the ancient gods and their beliefs. Next is the Temple of Luxor, a rather easily accessible place right at the center of town. It was founded by Amenhotep III, but altered in later years by Tutankhamun, Horemheb, and Ramses II. The secret is to pay a visit at night, as you'll see the illuminated yellow lights that paint nicely on the ruins and statues. It's a calm and curious place to sit by and hang out, or watch the people or little children playing. There's also the Luxor Museum, another breathtaking tourist spot. It houses some of the most important relics collected from temples and tombs around Luxor. The Valley of the Kings is also worth the trip. You can access it from across the Nile from Luxor. It's tucked beneath a barren mountain, and you'll see its top like a triangular pyramid. The valley is hollowed out like an anthill. Buried beneath it are some of the most legendary pharaohs of ancient Egypt. It is considered a sacred place that secures and ensures eternal life. You will surely be amazed at the relics, reliefs, hieroglyphics, and spells plastered on the walls and carved into the stones. Nearby is the Valley of the Queens. The place has been hailed as the resting place of royal family members and relatives. It is where princes, royal children, and of course, queens are represented. And then there's Deir al-Bahri. It is the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut, the only female pharaoh to rule Egypt. Its interiors are quite deteriorated, but the view of its facade, with its multiple terraces and colonnades, is impressive. Indeed, a visit to Luxor gives you a dose of heavy history and a culture you won't have in any other city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Boston. What do you know about Boston? Boston is the capital city of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in the United States, and the largest too, being about 48 square miles or 124 square kilometers in size, and an estimated population of about 667,137 residents. With that, Boston becomes the largest city in New England and comes in as the 23rd largest city in the United States. Boston is a city for those with a knack for history. It's always interesting to explore, but aside from that, you can appreciate it for its mix of offerings. You can enjoy the view of the skyline or its many art galleries and museums. Take a walk in the many parks or, of course, the prime tourist spots. Probably the most popular are their nautical tours and historical legends that we're here to find out more about. The city is filled with historical sites that are quite easy to discover. There's the Freedom Trail. There's Paul Revere's home. These sites are all reflective of the Great Revolution, where one will be reminded of America's incredible history. Next, of course, are the museums, which are easily accessible throughout the city. Here you'll come across a mix of fine arts, history, and scientific discoveries. There's the famous Charles River, just near the Science Museum, as well as the Boston Public Library and Copley Square, among others. Popular tourist attractions are, of course, part of the city. Boston has got a great outdoor space that's home to many entertainment events. Tourists and locals alike enjoy the happenings that are held here. You can choose from a lot of various activities, from seeing the historic churches to visiting the sea animals or the Fenway Park. Take your pick. And then there are the friendly neighborhoods. It's what makes the city of Boston unique. Each area has its own identity and mix of history, cuisine, attractions, and urban scenery. You can enjoy strolling through the different areas and see everything from brownstones to skyscrapers. Last but not the least, the city is also famous for its diverse culinary offerings. They have dim sum in Chinatown and authentic Mexican food in Fort Point. Then there's also the incredibly good homemade Italian food in the North End. Each boasts of distinct tastes that make up the uniquely diverse Boston city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world of gold.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Montreal. The real story behind the city of Montreal. Its name originated from Mount Royal, the triple-peaked hill in the heart of the city. It was first called Ville Marie, or the City of Mary. Montreal is the most populous city in Quebec and second most populous city in Canada, with about 1.65 million residents. The city's official language is French, spoken by more than 60% of the population. Montreal is conveniently nestled between the shores of the St. Lawrence River. One of its great outdoor escapes is, of course, Mount Royal. Aside from hiking the mountain during the summer, try cross-country skiing in the winter, or you can also try biking or skating. Better yet, you can just hang around and enjoy the view. But what's notable about Mount Royal is the cross that rests at the peak of it. The city's laws forbid any building or skyscraper to be built higher than it, to tower over the mountain and the famous cross. The laws are implemented to keep the natural ambiance of the place, and most especially obstruct the view of the wonderful city skyline. Meanwhile, its culinary delights are top-notch too. Food tours are quite usual in Montreal, with the various communities and cuisines populating the place. Walking around the city will allow you to discover and learn about its historic and cultural roots through food. Definitely a delicious way to get to know the city. For a dose of the real historic spots, visit Old Montreal, also known as the Old Quarter. The view is reminiscent of the feel and ambiance of Europe. It's got narrow cobblestone streets lined with galleries, restaurants, and boutiques. The city doesn't fall short of artistic inspiration. And then, of course, there's shopping. Here in Montreal, it's considered a sport, and one must shop with a passion. Score great bargains as the city offers some of the most creative designs from the best in Canada. In fact, the people of Montreal like to pride themselves for their impeccable taste and thriving fashion city. St. Catherine Street is where you'll find some of the best international brand names. All the major shopping centers can be found there. And last but not the least, the city is, oddly enough, also known for its best spa treatments. There's even one that floats on the St. Lawrence River. So good, you can in fact spend an entire day in it. It's a great way to cap off your trip. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Washington. So much to do, so much to see in Washington, D.C. The city is considered one of the most popular tourist destinations in the United States. It's got historical landmarks, parks, and neighborhoods, each with a mix of attractions and activities to offer. The national monuments are definitely must-sees in D.C. Popular ones are the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, the Jefferson Memorial and Vietnam Memorial, and the World War II Memorial. These are places that say a lot about the country's history and national heroes. Washington, D.C. has got up to 19 museums that cover subjects from art to space exploration. There are also interactive exhibitions on schedule that's fit for the entire family to enjoy. The 3 houses of the government are also key places to visit. These are the White House, the Capitol, and the Supreme Court. Impressive buildings on the outside, these are also places for you to understand about the U.S. government and history. Meanwhile, in Georgetown, you'll find a shopper's paradise. It is considered D.C.'s historic waterfront that's always busy with activity. Aside from the shopping, the place is lined with restaurants too. You'll find one of every cuisine practically known to the world. And then, of course, there are the majestic views. The Potomac River is a favorite as well. Definitely worth the stroll around the city. Washington, D.C. also has its own historic park. It offers a nice recluse from the busy city life. You can simply take a stroll around, go biking or kayaking, or you can take a tour and learn about its history. The National Park also serves as venue for all things music. Pop, country, folk, blues, orchestra, dance, theater, and opera. You name it, they've got it. The place is also known for hosting innovative performance art and multimedia presentations there. For a taste of the city's culture, catch a theatrical production at the JFK Center for Performing Arts. You'll definitely witness entertainment at its finest. Aside from the shows, there are guided tours as well, where you'll explore the paintings, sculptures, and other works of art around the center. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time. on Cities of the World. Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Oslo, one of the world's largest capital cities, Oslo. What's remarkable about the place is only 20% of the area has been developed, and the rest of it are parks, protected forests, hills, and lakes. Parks and open spaces are essential in Oslo's landscape, and they can easily be accessed from almost any point from the city. The center is very convenient, with trails and passages that connect to the public spaces and pedestrian-friendly areas. Just the same, amid its natural attractions, Oslo likewise boasts a rich cultural scene you should see. Among its famous landmarks are the sculptures of Gustav Vigeland. You can stroll through the town center to witness many of its historical structures. One of the popular attractions is the 1,000-year-old Viking ship. Get to know the Norwegian capital better by walking through the old neighborhoods in the Oslo Fjord. The districts are near the famous landmarks, such as the National Opera and Ballet Building, a testament to their rich culture. Then, of course, there's the popular Akershus Fortress. It offers great views of the harbors. Nearby, there is the Museum of the Norwegian Resistance, and a chapel which houses the remains of the original medieval castle. You'll also see the weapons of the armed forces and find out about their defense groups. There's the Center of Government and Administration, the City Hall and Parliament. The City Hall is one of Oslo's greatest landmarks. It is enormously huge, with an imposing square building that's built of concrete faced with brick. One of the towers has the 38 bells that you can hear all the way to the harbor area. The hall is filled with sculptures and relics, and the interiors are magnificent too. It was built and designed by the most famous Norwegian artists. Parks and open spaces are the pride of Oslo, and one of the famous ones is the celebrated Vigeland Sculpture Park. You'll be amazed at its lush green grounds that are decorated with figures of bronze, granite, and forged iron. These figures represent human emotions, from happiness to despair. A trip to the Big Døy Peninsula is also great for its historical background and fantastic scenery. You'll definitely marvel at how these were made in the eras back then. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time. on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.